Welcome to your new sanctuary. Run for your fucking life. Watch out, they are coming to fight you.
Warning, your line nemesis. Warning, your line nemesis. Warning, your line nemesis. Warning, your line nemesis.
Allow us to introduce ourselves. We are the players, the members, and the fans of the TCSEL Sports League. We don't have big stadium shows, millions of viewers, or our own rap song. But you know what do we have? Our community, our casters, finals, and memes.
We don't play because we have to, we play because we love to. We have scored hundreds of goals from different angles, teams and players, but with one thing in common. If you ask us how to be a part of it, we got 2 words for you. Monday evening.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the TCSE Sports League. Welcome to the TCS Challenger Cup #1, where we decide who the next few teams forward into next season's TCS Esports League who will be. I will be Eternal J. I'm joined, of course, by Digital Bacon for today's proceedings. We've got 16 teams ready to take to the stage and fight for their spots in the relegation tournament. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. We're currently just finished on up with week 6 of the TCSE Sports League, Jay. Moving on into 7 next week. But for the first time in however long I remember, because normally we do these Challenger Cups way at the back of the season, we're sort of getting a little early look at these teams and hopeful prospects to make it on into next season of TCS. Of course, with the format, always one team makes it on through from these Challenger Cups, and we need to find that one team, that one guaranteed squad, as well as the 3 other guys that are looking to really make a difference in the Swiss national scene.
Yeah, and obviously, in the Challenger Cups, we get a little bit of its own little circuit. Like a lot of the people are familiar with each other in the actual main league, but here in the in the grassroots side of things, we still get a lot of players that have been trying out year after year. Some of whom have been part of TCS Esports League time before, in seasons before. So it's going to be interesting to see whether they can make those decent runs. So there'll be a couple of familiar names here and there, but also a lot of fun and interesting new lineups that we're yet to see here, Bacon. So it's like a little bit of like a teaser, I guess you could say. I kind of want to know where you think the who you think the most interesting lineup here in this whole bracket is. Do you have any insights on that?
So for me, it's got to be the Rocket Felines. Remember them of old having another crack at it. We saw Zamax Esports last season make it so close in those Challenger Cups. As well as that, we've got Lostic making another run of things, as well as a second Ira Legacy squad. Of course, this one coming on through, having the likes of Stormprith and Hell in it. So Ira Legacy looking to come on through with I'm trying to remember what the squad was last season by the name Different Esports, was it? But still, like, that's a squad, again, that has made it through to the TCS. So we're starting to get to the point, and I can remember, I wouldn't say Danny Boy, lingering at it, just like when we get a second division of the TCS Esports League, because we've got so many teams that are veterans of the TCS that may have dropped off the level, and of course, we always get those 4 spots at the bottom. But here you've got guys that have been up in the National League and are looking to push back into it.
Yeah, I'd say a second division wouldn't even be that bad of a shout. I mean, we've got the sign-ups for it, so let's hold fire on that one and see who's gonna pull the trigger on it. But for now, we just got the Challenger Cups, and for now, we'll just be able to press on and see who's going to be that next team right now here in the Challenger Cups. You can see the bracket on screen for those of you who are paying astute attention below. We've got, as you mentioned, a number of those squads in the current in the current system. I believe we've got 17 teams total between everybody right now. So we have one free matchup before we get into the big stuff. I don't think we'll be covering it, but the Trinitas versus Senior Esports matchup could be decisive, I think, in terms of trying to set up a decent bracket confrontation. But Zamax is the top seed here. Would you agree that's a good call?
No, I'm going to say I think purely off the back of what we've seen before, it's got to be Rocket Felines. But again, you got to think this has been 6 months since we've last seen a lot of these squads, Jay. And in that time, you can get so many different ups and downs. You got to think last summer, we went free to play of Rocket League, and now we're starting to see the first of those players that have arguably sweated the game on out in a very horrible, toxic term, but are now starting to reach up into the champ areas. And so you got to think those free-to-play players could start playing in these tournaments. So we're probably going to get some new faces that we have no clue about, and hence why we haven't, put a little bit of spotlight on them, because this is going to be their first chance to really show off what they've got.
Indeed, yes, and looking at that whole, that whole qualifying circuit and that whole, the open side of things to get anything, to get things going in respect of, kickstarting your career in the Swiss scene. That's going to be, I think, this is going to be a big opportunity for a lot of teams involved. So for the newer guys, I mean, we won't want to know too much about them, but we will definitely be having a keen eye on them to see who's going to be that big player that we focus on, especially in the early rounds where there's going to be a lot more new faces than there will be of the old side. I believe we're going to be looking the first game is going to be Lostic versus Irelians, which we all know who Lostic are from the organization side. Not the same Lostic from last season, I don't remember here, Bacon. So this could be a bit of an interesting one, I think, for this new team, but they are familiar names at the very least.
So yeah, Paella, Skyor, and Dino coming in from Lostic. Don't expect to see Hopkin Smoothie playing. Normally he's more of like a manager coach to the squad. Irelians, these are guys that we don't really know. For some reason, Gracia rings a bell in my head, but I can't say why. It's just one of those, that's a name that I remember. But yeah, otherwise, Lostic, this is going to be probably a hard first match for these Irelians. But if they upset them, well, then that's just the start of the story of today. Because that's the beauty of open brackets, isn't it, Jay? Where just anyone can just turn up. We've got a lot of new names. Like when we look towards the Arctic Gaming roster, just doing a little sidetrack there. This is not an Arctic we've seen before with Styx, Josh Newcomb, and Pippo. Now, we've seen Pippo before, I think, but, you know, Styx and Josh Newcomb are completely new guys under a name that we know very well. So there's going to be a lot of oddities today, isn't there?
Absolutely. There'll be a lot of differences and a lot of bits and pieces that will be, again, looking forward to seeing how well will play out over the course of the day. And with a double elimination bracket as well, it might not be the only time we see these teams. Of course, to remind you all of the format, best of threes right up until the qualifying matches where they turn into best of fives. So the situation is going to be a very, very different set of things. But I have been told that there's actually not even going to be the Lobstick game. So I'm completely wrong about that. Trinitas are taking on Senior, so yes, we will jump into that first round matchup here, Bacon. So I'm not 100% familiar with these rosters. Are there any familiar names to be notable here?
Mazors, of course, probably, and Rocket Jr. for everyone at home. We've got Minus on over on the opposite side for Senior Esports, and Wendell. For some reason, that's a name that pings, you know, a little bell up there, but Mazels and Rocket Jr. are going to be the two really to look forward to here on the Trinitas side in blue, and that leaves the orange side for Senior Esports. Jay, I'm so excited for today. Let's go.
Let's jump into it indeed. Trinitas on the blue side, Senior in the orange. Like you mentioned, Rocket Jr. having control out, challenging onto the backline position. It will be taken to the midfield as the Senior side tries to get the counter-attack spooled up. Rocket Jr. has control and can dribble it in, challenge onto a second player, trying to send it to a teammate in the center line, but a little bit too fast and loose for Trinitas to maintain control of. They're back in the defensive over on their part here. We've got the demos in. Rocket Jr. will take control. Mazur taking it into the midfield line, just getting touches out and challenging the orange side players as appropriate, bouncing it into the box, all good redirection, and Swefluoso is unable to get the goal itself. A couple of close attempts coming in from Trinitas, but so far nothing going on the back of the net.
Nothing just yet, but you can just see so much pressure coming on out from Trinitas, clearly with a big opening statement. But Senior Esports, again, these are guys that know the game inside and out, have been playing for absolutely ages, hence what their name suggests. And so they have a good idea of how to play just foundational defense. On the opposite end, when we look towards Trinitas, I'm expecting a lot more aggression. So this should be a game where it flows into each other quite nicely.
On that sideboard, Rocket Jr. going for the solo play, and Minus takes it away, quite literally. Wandale back on the counter-attack. There's no one in the blue side defensive, though, so the counter coming in very thick and fast from Senior and Trinitas. Too far pushed up, cannot get any defensive going, and therefore the first is scored by Senior Esports.
Yeah, good stuff from Wandale there. Great eye downfield, Jay, just to see no one's really going to be able to contest him, so he's just got to run it. And it all just comes down to speed. It all comes down to having a little bit of boost left in the tank. For a lot of younger, newer players, you always think when you're retreating, you've got no boost, but you can see you've got to direct yourself over pads, make sure that when you're in your back lines, you've still got a little bit in tank ready for those counters. Talk about counters. Oh, nothing able to see off Rocket Jr. here.
Great demo in from Mazur, was able to really clean out the back line as well. Minus couldn't get that touch in, so no chance of getting the defensive together, despite how close it was on the Senior backline. 1-1 to the board of Trinitas. Get their return to evens very quickly. Turning to a decent standing here. Mazur going up here with control, trying to dribble that ball in to the net, into the boxes as far as it will go. The ball bounced out, missed out, cleared away by Minus. Unfortunately, Swef is back there in the blue half to ensure that this is not going to be another open goal for the Senior side. They have struggled with this defensive so far, especially when the quick counter-attacks come in from Senior. Have held it together though. Still 1-1 as we approach half-time. That ball's in a very precarious position, but Swef and Mazur will get themselves back into the attack. Mazur does get demoed out, so the ball rests in Senior control.
And so far, this has been such an even game that Jay sort of feel a little bit upset that it's only going to be a best of 3. We've got to get through so many games today, so many different matches in this bracket with 17 teams. Of course, double a limb so we can find 2 teams, one going through in the winners final and one going through in the losers final. Of course, both those finals will be a best of 5. But yeah, with all these best of 3s, you don't have much time to adapt at all. You've got to adapt during the game. Because if you leave your adapting, changing your plans until the break between them, well, you've only got one life, basically.
So double Elim works. Rocket Jr. shooting on target, crossing from Mazel to Swiftluoso, a little bit too far wide. Set back in there by 3D, follow suit from Rocket Jr. will try and dunk it down, trying to see if he can get some sort of ball in to the back of the net and score that 2-1. Time they didn't have backboard presence was the one time Trinitas go for the backboard play and take away the lead from the senior esports side. Trinitas now in a good spot. Pass in, oh, Mazel feeds it past everybody. Another cluster defensive triple commit to try and save the ball, and no one got the touch.
It's all just crumbled for the seniors. Someone needs to help them get back on up, Jay. Still, 44 seconds in this. They need to put their teeth back in and get chomping.
Rocket Jr. off the backboard. Mazur following suit off the poster, man. Not quite as good as his teammates want to be, but Swiftluoso still going for the aerial touches out, trying to dunk it down. Keep pressure going to stall for time at the very least here, because 30 seconds left. The senior need 2 goals. One now, one kickoff. Hopefully one more kickoff as well to take away overtime from them. But 18 seconds remaining, and they're struggling to get these balls up. Double commits coming through, going to stall for positions. 12 points of boost for 3D, and Rocket Jr. will just challenge minus one final attack, one final chance. Turned away at the box as Mazol takes the dribble downfield, and Wandale will just block it off in the center line. 3 seconds, and 3D with his final setup is going to come in way too late. And there it is, game 1 going the way of Trinitas Esports.
Yeah, good confident finisher to it. Trinitas, when they get given these opportunities, on, you know, when they can see there's a little slip up in defense, that's when they really lunge for it. Building up those attacks has been a little bit troublesome. It's more coming just down to double commits positionally in defense from the seniors, but that's more so the seniors trying to handle with the pace coming in from the Trinitas. So it's a weird little combination where Trinitas just with sheer offense should be able to beat out the seniors. Whilst they're a very confident team, they just don't really have the pace about them to be able to catch up.
Well, game 2. Everything for the Trinitas side. Senior have been a little bit slow in that late game, so let's see whether it carries forward and whether they can try and turn it around right here. Ball out for Sweth on the kickoff. They'll try and control it against Minus. Beats out every single player. Okay. Oh, that's a hell of a way to set the pace for this one. 5 seconds in, and this is a beauty of a play.
I don't know if it was planned if we'd see a goal of the week for the Challenger Cups here, Jay, but might have to drop a little word on over the Zonorous to get that going on Twitter, because that is well and truly worthy of it.
Wow. Well, I mean, that's the start that Trinitas would have loved to get. Unfortunately for Senior, they're on the back foot already. The ball's turning up to their position, going to be very awkward. Mazur and Swiftluoso are going to continue the attacking force off the backboard. They look to try and double tap it in, unable to do so. Mazur comes up and over off the sideboard, bounce down. Rocket Jr. with a shot, and it sails past everybody. And now the defensive is just crumbling here for Senior.
It is, and this is going to be such a massive hit on over towards the confidence. You can see the ball not cleared, just like the man in orange wanted it to be. Brilliant pickup by Rocket Jr., just in the right place at the right time to be able to react and counter onto it. The seniors, they just need to get some more confidence in themselves. You can see they've got the right idea about where they need to be, but this onslaught, this continuous siege of an attack, Jay, is just overwhelming them right now, especially when they're going in for double commits like this, where they're just all so cocky right now over towards the Trinitas side. And cockiness isn't the worst thing in the world. You get so many pop-off plays through confidence, and when your opponents are starting to feel a little bit demoralized and you're going for plays like this, they're so hard to read, you're just not used to them.
Cross in, Mazur back over to Rocket Jr., taking that very far wide to a teammate that doesn't exist. Rocket Jr. coming up to challenge on towards the back corner. Swef up with dribble plays, beating out Wandale. Back into the center line. Shot of Rocket Jr. just defended there by Minus. I think it would have hit the crossbar anyway, but still defensive held. That's all they need to do here for Senior. Need to turn it into a counter-attack ideally. Ball off to the sideboard. Mazur again maintaining control in the center line. Rocket Jr. will take it back to the midfield. It's got Mazur and Svefluoso instead coming up to the ceiling, looking to tap it off the backboard and turned away from it at the end. So not quite as confident again for the attacking force. Still 3 minutes, it's still a 2-0 lead with the ball continuously getting shot at the orange net. It's only a matter of time before one of these balls goes in. Mazur going to try and make it this one. Svefluoso having two players beaten to the defensive, hits it off the crossbar, and Senior barely rebound it away.
Oh, and Wandale really needed that touch there. He's actually in the right place to be able to pick up on that, but Svefluoso doing so good to just continuously these little touches take it away from Senior. And that's the harshest thing for them, Jay, is that they're so close to the ball, but again, that pace just beating them on out. And so Trinitas, whilst not the perfect team, we've seen them have a couple stuff-ups in defense. They're just continuously, one after the other, applying pressure, bam, 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 bam. And finally, there's going to be that crack in the wall, especially with the double commits that we're seeing out from Senior Esports, where they're trying to cover as much area as possible. And there's going to be a moment when you're out of boost, where you're just out of position, and that's when Trinitas really do strike.
3-0, starting to feel like this is a strike on the series. Oh, what a dunk from Swef. And that might be it here. It's 4-0, it's such a difficult scoreline to come back from. Say 4-1 is the impossible one. Well, this is one better than that, so. Senior. 2 minutes and 14 to formulate the most miraculous comeback we've seen so far today. Of course, only 2 games deep in the day, but even then, such a difficult little affair for them, and I just don't see it really happening here, Bacon.
No, but of course, it is a double elim bracket, Jay, so they're going to have that chance to run through the lower bracket. Now we're starting to see brilliant goals get set on up by Trinitas, again, where they sort of got over that cockiness stage, where they can see that just applying pressure isn't that great, it's not that pretty, so they're going up for very nice aerial passing plays. If they can keep this level, I mean, looking at names in the pitch, we sort of already looked at them and went, okay, they're sort of contenders, they're not going to be our top dogs, but like I said, what can happen in 6 months? And so far, this is looking of the level to be able to make it to a top 2 finish. They've come out, guns are blazing in this first series, haven't they?
They really have, and well, Senior looking very flat at this stage. 6-0. Brazil set up on the way, perhaps. Swef and Junior taking control of the ball here in the midfield line, hoping that they can get that 7th one in. Maybe you can see one goal back here on the part of Minus's angle, but just holding the defensive pretty nicely. Oh, look at Mazur, man. Imagine if he got that dribble play. That would be even more stellar compared to the first one we saw scored in this one. Wandale backboard, 2 players beaten. Mazur finds the clear. Rocket Jr. carries that ball all the way back into the orange half, so they reset us back to square one. Force Senior back into the counter-attack, redirecting on the touch from the pass. Wonderfully played here on this team.
Yeah, I can see, you know, some of the lads from the main league play, just shout to Squixel there in chat, just probably looking at this and going, damn, you know, we've got some friends playing in this, but Jesus, if this is the level come through in Challenger Cups, you know, which look to be able, I would say this contest with the bottom 2 sort of positions from TCS Esports League play, that it is going to be such a competitive little promotion relegation tournament, and I can't wait to see that get underway. Of course, don't wish it on any team to drop out, but someone's got to, and of course that can lead to some of the best competition, some of the best Rocket League you ever see in those really tense moments.
Nothing tense about this situation. 43 seconds and 7-0, so this game is pretty much guaranteed to be a game. Oh, for Trinitas. And there it is, Senior score the one. A pretty good goal, actually, from Minus. So credit to him where it's due, because that was a very hard redirect to find and sailing it right past everybody in the perfect angle. But that is Brazil, 7-1. And Trinitas, again, pretty much confirmed to be in with that 2-0 series moving on in the upper bracket. And well, whether that competitiveness from this team will carry forward to their next opponents and for the rest of the tournament proceedings, well, that is to be found out here. 30 seconds. All the remaining time here in this game is a formality at this stage, Bacon. I think we can all come to that particular agreement. Last few seconds ticking down here, and the ball is being sent out here by Senior, hoping to do some sort of damage, hoping to get some sort of return goal, but nothing that will realistically get themselves any sort of chance back in this series. It will be 7-1 for Game 2 and 2-0 in our best of 3 to open up the qualifiers. One more for the road for Rocket Jr. And there it is, Series 1 by Dretas.
This is just so well worked. Mazors, that's incredible, buddy. That goal was stolen. That should have just been Mazors the whole way through. But from that previous goal that we saw come on out from minus, you can still see there is quality in that senior side. They, again, just don't have the pace. Now, I expect them to be able to go decent distance through this bracket. The problem is they just had such a tough challenger to start off things. And Trinitas don't have it easy from here on out. They've got to go up against Zamex next year, and that's going to be a super difficult game for them. Zamex, of course, being one of the teams that made it into the promotion relegation last time round. So it's going to be a super difficult day for all these teams to make on through, but at least they've got the benefit that in 2 weeks' time on the, I'm calculating in my head, the 23rd, that they've got a second Challenger Cup to come on through and play on in for. And of course, that does also mean that they're probably going to have a few more teams sign up for that, because the sign-ups are still open. You guys at home right now could go sign up for it, and you don't wish to use that second Challenger Cup, but it's like, you know, double in bracket. At least you got a second bite of the cherry to go for.
Well, listen, if you're not already playing in this Challenger Cup, you don't really have much of a choice but to go for the second Challenger Cup. So if you are interested, then be sure to type !Challenger in the Twitch chat and go ahead and sign up for the second Challenger Cup in 2 weeks' time. For now, though, we're going to head towards a very short break, and when we return, it will be Lostic versus Ireland. I did say we'd see that series, and that's exactly what we're going to see in our second match of the day. Do not go anywhere. The TCS Challenger Cup continues after this.
Wenn ich das Gefühl habe, dass mir alles entgleitet und alles um mich herum zusammenbricht, weiss ich, dass ich mich auf ihn verlassen kann. Immer. Seit 125 Jahren an meiner Seite.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the TCS Esports League. We're about to ready to get into our second series of the day. Lustig versus Ireland. I said I promised it as our first match of the day. I wasn't quite 100% on that, but we do have this ready to go here. A team with well-known names versus a team with not so well-known names. So I think Lustig definitely are the favourites coming into this one match, Bacon. But definitely, I'd be curious to see how well the Irelands will be able to do in this best of three context against a team that have had experience at the TCS level.
Yeah, so Lustig getting knocked on out last season, so of course they're coming through this season, having to re-qualify like anyone else, and in a lot of sense, like you can imagine the players are a little bit miffed about that, but you know, that's the fairness of the competition. You got two open tournaments, two open brackets, which you can qualify through to get the chance. And Pierre, Skyor, and Dino have had, I'm trying to think, since December, basically, so 5 months now, to really hammer home and train. If they put the work in, they can definitely get back into TCS Esports League. But the problem is, Jay, that everyone's been doing the same. So I think that we should just let their actions do the talking. You know, we don't need to talk about them that much. Let's just let them hop onto the pitch and show us what they've been grinding for in the last 5 months.
Yep, let's see how well it will go for the boys in blue. Lustig will be on that blue side of the court. Ireland will be in the orange side of the field for this best of three action. And again, a lot of people looking forward to Lustig. Probably seeing these veteran players, seeing if they can once again make their run back into the league itself as we kick things off into game number one. Almost already a goal came through right there for the Lustig camp. But the defensive and wide shot does keep it together just about. Lustig still on the attack as a result of their fantastic kickoff to the sideboard, and the corner players where they'll go, and scramble defensive coming out from the Irelands. Lustig does that want to act to the mid control. Good touch in. Payella able to beauty his way into the back of the net. That is a hell of a goal. You're pretty speechless.
I was not expecting that from the chicken, man. That is beautiful. Oh, I'm so glad, because, you know, there's the problem. Earlier on, I was like, you know, they've been grinding out for the last 5 months. These guys could have, like, in all fairness, let's be real, Jay, could have been like, you know what, I've got real life commitments, you know, finishing a university degree, and we're just playing this for funsies. But no, they have been training, because Jesus, this is an improvement compared to last season.
Well, it is against some players that we're not 100% familiar with, so I guess that it is a caveat point to add there. And the question is, will they carry it forward into the rest of the tournament and against the, you know, the more legitimate opposition? It's one of those things where it's like their previous experience still counts for something against the new blood, if you will. The 2-0, of course, coming in for Lustig, however, is a very good start. I would agree with you. It's definitely a bit more of a confidence showing than their previous endeavours. All down here for Payella. Oh, what? Okay. Now the defensive just looks sus here for Ireland.
Yeah, so again, this sort of goal isn't really one, like, you wouldn't expect this to go in. But the first 2 goals, Jay, were definitely of that level. Like, going for those plays, we just did not see from the Lustig side last season. And so they're the ones I can take a lot of account into for Lustig. That goal there is one that, yeah, we don't really take much weight from. And you can see here, Aurelians are, they're triple committing up into that left-hand side. So I'm looking at them right now and going, I think, more towards the champ level currently. And they're just sort of overwhelmed by, you can see Lustig, still not the top level team. We're not, you know, going to call them an Edelweiss or anything like that. But they have been putting the work in. And this is a team that have been into the TCS Esports League and are looking to get back there. And by all accounts, they've grown in the 5 months, which for a lot of teams that have made it already up, and they can sort of get a little bit full of themselves, can't they? They've gone away and fully respected that they need to improve. And from what I can see so far, especially with their spacing currently, they're doing everything right. They're taking full respect in their opponents and just foundationally are so super solid on this pitch.
Ball out in of Fail. Yamiru is going to press forward into the attacking force alongside the Troller. Tries to then get into that blue half to do some decent damage, but nothing is coming through for them. Dino's there to block out. Skyor also off into the corner. Yamaru wrapping over, defended against by the Lostic side, turning it over and into the orange box, but not quite following suit with an actual goal. The demo in might be able to support them a little bit, but defensive starting to bolster up here for Ireland. They're not letting the basic attacks get through anymore for Lostic. Dino's going to go for something a bit more advanced, but there is a block out for Patola. Payela coming in, however, with a responsive, and actually Feyor takes it away from him.
And you can see Aurelian's really starting to step it on up as they're beginning to understand their opponents here. Again, it's got to be said for everyone at home, competitive Rocket League is very different from ranked Rocket League. So when you've got guys that come through and experiencing competitive Rocket League for the first time, you're not expecting the third man to come charging downfield with so much confidence like Skyor here. And that's purely because he's been communicated to his teammates that they need to get back into defense. So he's getting super aggressive on you in a very unusual, uncharacteristic way from what you're used to in your normal games, where when I look at Aurelians, this to me looks closer towards like some of their first competitive games.
And ball off the backboard, follows suit from Skyor. Payela hunting out Dino's going to try to receive the shot, but it is cleared away by the Irelians this time as they follow suit off to the corner, turning it into Yamaru. Unable to find the touch in or the goal out, unable to cross that to the box, and the turnaround will come through from Skyor and Co, dribbling it right into the back of the net. 5-0 now, and well, Lostic definitely are looking like the favourites in this matchup. We did say that they'd be the favourites overall, but this is pretty definitive at this stage.
Yeah, I'm just going to quickly have a look at the brackets. I'm pretty sure Lostic currently are one of the higher seeds of the team, so it feels somewhat right, because for these two guys, this is their opening match. It might be in round 2, but that's just, you know, down to numbers of teams. We've currently got 17 teams playing on in this, so 2 teams had to take that sort of extra round, that round 1, and then everyone else, the remaining 15 jump into round 2. And Irelians have just had a tough pull, a tough draw in the first round, whereas Lostic are probably, for me anyway, they're coming into it as a top 4 pick, Jay.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would have picked that as like a minimum for these guys. I think you mentioned they should probably be one of the highest seeds. I think you had questions about Zamex being the top seed in this bracket, but alas. 30 seconds left. Skyor having a chance to set up Dino. Sits out wide of the crossbar instead, and 15 seconds that remain. Yamaru wrapping over, beating out one Skyor, 1 point of boost. I can't really go with anything else. In terms of the counter-attack, they're going to leave it for his teammates. Skyor pressing forward, Feyor into the corner to block it off, but running this timer down to nothing means that the 5-0 will secure the game. The first game, of course, for Lostic. And again, looking really confident right here.
So yeah, just looking at the bracket, Lostic are either 2nd or 3rd seed to this tournament. I can actually pretty much work it out right now, yeah. Rocket Felines looking to be 4th, with our Legacy probably somewhere around about 5th. Then
I love how you're just looking at the bracket and trying to do in your own head, like caster maths to
yeah,
figure out who the
with
seeds
Ace
are.
Republic probably being somewhere around about the 3rd seed, I'd imagine. Ace Republic being Destro, Spoon, and Taji. So again, another strong team there. You wouldn't recognize the name, but of course you would recognize the players' names. So yeah, that Ace Republic, I sort of slept on a little bit. That's another interesting factor. We've got a good tournament into the late rounds. Like, we're going to have some really high-level Rocket League here, Jay.
Looking forward to see how well it will go later down the road. For now, only in round 2. Plenty of action to come over the course of the day. So make sure you're continuing to tune in and continuing to get ready for the second game of Lostic and Irelians. And we kick off for game number 2. Payela and Patola getting involved on the early touches to try and get that kickoff set up. Backboard play. Payela, awkward miss, all right. Not as 100% confident in that particular shot as compared to the rest of the series so far, but Lostic is controlling in off the backboard. Touch up, Dino sets it up for Payela, and he just absolutely reins it in. First goal scored by Lostic. Great play to start off.
Yeah, a little bit of a cluster defense once again. That power slide from Yami Ryu sort of really threw off Patolaj, I'm going to say. Patolaj? We're not good with German name. Patola. Yeah, we'll go with that. And that's going to be the sort of issues which you learn when you're trying to play a very structured style to be able to then be reliable there for your teammates. And just looking at Yami Ryu there, where he's caught in the corner, look at just basically driving in circles. No, get out of dodge, get back so that a teammate can rotate on it. And that's going to be a massive learning experience. Like I said, these guys look somewhat new to competitive Rocket League, and this is going to be a massive step on up because they're going to be able to take away so much in their experience here. And one of them is just to have confidence in your teammates that you can just leave the ball and someone will get onto it, which feels so counterproductive when you're playing in ranked where you can't communicate that to them. But in a competitive sense, you can. You should be in Discord, TeamSpeak, whatever you're using, heck, even Skype or Zoom, and just talking to your friends, letting them know what you want. Fail, sticking in net near enough sitting still, to me, bleeds that they're not that experienced and don't have an incredible amount of trust in each other yet.
Skyo sending this over to Paella. Fail tries to challenge it over on his part. Quick swing in from Skyo, bounces off the post, but that's an open net regardless of the entire defense are committed to defend that one ball. No one was ready for the second one. Dino in with the second goal. 2-0 now for Lostic.
And that's a difficult play there. Passing it off the corner like that, you've got to have the second man up in the air, pre-jumping it super early for the clearance. Otherwise, it just works, like we saw there, as basically a setup for your opponents. And again, this is part of that competitive way where your opponents have got that full confidence to come charge in, be super aggressive on you, but that's just thread the needle.
Nicely done. Very nicely done here. Skyo shooting above the entire defensive, and again, just Ireland don't really know how to contest with these very fast and very accurate, very specific kind of play balls. Into this 3-0, potentially even 4 for Dino. Oh, he absolutely lands it. And now this is where Lostic take full control of this series.
That is it. 3 minutes left to go. And Lostic could be through to the next round. Yamario so close to being able to get that, and that hurts, Jay. You know, getting the touch, pushing it off wide, but not getting the angle so that it's pushed out of the net or even into the post. And Aurelians, I feel like they're in the school of hard knocks right now, and they'll be able to do some work in the lower bracket, but this is going to be all experience. Go away for those 2 weeks, come back in the Challenger Cup 2, and see how much you improve there, because that's the fun bit. Like, Rocket League is such a different game over any other esports in that you can physically feel your improvement. You know, it's not down to straight up stats like you would get in an FPS game, but you can actually feel how much smoother you are driving around the pitch. And just from playing in tournaments like this, it improves you remarkably.
Skyo wrapping in, good shot off and one, pass into the second, and the receiver was just not there for Ireland. That would have been an amazing play if it had come through for them. So it shows there is a little bit of thought behind it. It's just right now the execution just isn't there for them. And the execution is setting them back so far here. Defensive is at least holding for the moment, but 5-0, they've let a few too many goals slip by. Dino off the backboard in for Skyo to put it down into the corner. Turned away from Piella into the box itself, and Yamaru hold the defensive of Skyo, sends that awkwardly over to the corner, but very far away from any Ireland players, so be able to force forward, but not be able to get a shot in.
Oh, that needed someone to come out onto it from Irelians. And again, this is a team that is learning on the spot, and like you said, we've seen so many good moments from them that they're really starting to step it on up, but it's a little bit too much whilst we're in the best of 3. For me, what I want to see is just more passing plays linked up. If you're going to hit the ball towards the center like that, you need a teammate much earlier onto it. Pato knew what was coming, and you can see they're starting to communicate and starting to get the feel of things. But you've got to already be preemptively up there because it's quite an easy projected play, and so you're going to have someone just really dive onto it from Lostic. And these are the crucial lessons that you can only learn here.
Paella Taking the ball out to the midfield. Dino trying to back pass into the backboard. No touches. No second opportunities. Payella's going to try to feed it past the defensive force. That last man was back there. Good flick from Yamaru, but Dino takes it away and denies the chance to get a goal back for the Ireland side. Payella wrapping in. Dino beating out. Skyor comes forward. Off to the corner. He'll dribble this in, try and set up for Payella. Turned away from a four-man commit on that ball. Dino shoved out of the way, but just his defensive is able to hold together. And with 40 seconds left, they've just got to score like goal after goal, back to back, and not even missing a single beat from the Irelian side. And well, that's a beat missed out right there. 6-0, Lostic. We're going to take this series 2-0.
They are. Irelians will be going into the lower bracket. I'm just trying to figure out where they'll be facing. Of course, you guys can head on over towards the tournament link. I do believe it is !bracket in chat right now, so you can keep up to date. And Jay, we're already seeing tons of matches come on in. Already have the next match lined on up. We won't let it out just yet. We'll leave a little teaser that it's going to be an absolute banger, though.
I'm looking forward to that one, let's put it that way. 7-0 for now, Lostic. Oh, they're looking forward to their next round campaign. Irelians not looking forward to what the rest of this game has to hold, because there's not much that they can do to change their fates here. 20 seconds to make up a 7-goal deficit. That is impossible with a capital I. And Payella dribbling that ball out to the corner, at least just to try and see if they can maintain some sort of confidence. Maybe they can set up the Brazil, maybe there could be one more goal to come through. Lack of ball control from Fail. Oh, they're going to dribble it in and go for an own goal. Just to add it in at the very last hurdle. It's our second Brazil of the day, Baker. It's funny, back in like Season 2, Season 3, you were so desperate to get a Brazil that never came, and now here in the Challenger Cup, you're just getting Brazil after Brazil now that you're over it. I feel like this is just a cruel joke being played by all the veterans of TCS.
Could just be. We got to respect the Brazils. We generally see them a lot more in these Challenger Cups, Jay, but so far, yeah, these are the early rounds. This is when you're going to see it. Later on, we won't. And I feel like back then, maybe, you know, Season 2, Season 3, the meme was a lot more relevant still. Nowadays, I mean, you got to go to the 101 Dalmatians. You got to make it 10-1.
Yeah, I made that one up. That's my creation. That was my creation, and now everyone's going to be using it soon. At least that's what I hope. At least at the TCS we're using it pretty prevalently, but no such score lines being scored by Lostic in this one. However, it is a 2-0 series. So at the end of the day, that's exactly where they need to be at this one, and I don't think it's too surprising for the Lostic camp as they make their way forward into the next round of the tournament. That's in the winners bracket 3.4 match, which we're waiting on the winner of FGS Centurion and Miss Esports to see who's going to make their way into that round matchup. But we have our other matches that have also been filled out at this stage in the bracket. You can see it on the screen. 2.5 Swiss beating out Arctic Gaming in 2-0. So now they're waiting for the winner of Zamax versus Trinitas and seeing who's going to be taking on that particular team. Ace Republic beating out Quantum Rocketeers. So they're waiting for the winner of Team Cavaliers and Lambo 174. But we're going to head towards a short break and take a look at our next match on stream, which will be Ira Legacy versus Rocket Felines. Ira Legacy, the new org in the TCS Esports League, and Rocket Felines, a bit of a El Clasico name for those of you who will remember them. So we'll head towards that short break, get that match set up and bring it out after this.
Run for your fucking life.
Warning. Your mind.
Welcome back to the TCS Esports League Challenger Cup. We're getting into our third best of three here of the first Challenger Cup, and we're moving into the big guns. Ira Legacy and Rocket Felines will be our matchup over the third best of three. Of course, we're playing our best of threes all the way until the qualifying matches. We have also seen the other series start to catch up, so now we're into the quarterfinals fully at this stage. Trinitas actually beat Zamax, so that's a bit of an upset result to say the least over on their part of things. Ace Republic is taking on N Lambo. Of course, they beat out the Cavaliers. And FGS Centurion beat Miss Esports. So those are your four matches for the quarterfinals series. But again, we're focusing on Ira Legacy versus Rocket Felines. Some names that you will definitely be aware of if you've been following the TCS Esports League for the last, in the last season, you'll be aware of Ira Legacy. Rocket Felines, though, people might need a bit of a refresher, Bacon. So walk me through this team.
So when we look at these two squads, of course, Ira Legacy is not the same Ira Legacy that we've got in the TCS Esports League right now. This, like I said, is a bit of the different roster. So we've got Storm, Prith, Hell, and Chicken. Gotta love Chicken. I hope we get to see him today. A little bit of a favourite of mine, clearly. If they make it on through, though, Jay, Ira Legacy's got a bit of an issue on their hands that they've got to drop one of their rosters because, of course, just to make it fully aware to everyone at home, one org's only allowed to have one team in the TCS Esports League. When it comes to the challenges, that doesn't particularly count until they make it on through. But on the Rocket Feline squad, they went under the Arctic... E-Paradise Feline, sorry, it was at one point. But that's a Roly, Kiev, and we've now seen the addition of Lau into there. Now, Roly and Kiev are fully veterans of the TCS Esports League, playing absolute bonkers since, I want to say back in Season 1, especially with Kiev. So these are guys that know the Swiss scene inside and out, and the two teams that should know each other inside and out. So this is going to just be a very unique game in the sense that they're going to be able to have a little bit of understanding of how each other plays before they even get into it. Normally in these open brackets, you don't know who your opponent is. You then have to make your adjustments on the fly. But with these two teams, where they do know each other, they should be able to just near enough come in with a little bit of a game plan.
Yeah, I'm imagining that there will be a game plan in place for these guys because, again, as you mentioned, they've been playing together for a long time, and I think that their experience, again, is going to be able to at least attempt to trump the Ira Legacy side. But Ira Legacy, they themselves have a little bit of experience in TCS. I mean, Prith is the man that we know from the previous season. He was relegated, but he was one of the standout players as part of, I believe it was the old Lostic side, if memory serves me correctly. So he's one of the guys that I think we've been looking forward to seeing what he can do, because when he was performing, he was looking like an absolute... unit. So I'm interested to see whether this carries on today. I don't believe he's actually playing in this matchup though. Chicken actually is in place of Prith. So there you go. You do get to see Chicken today, Bacon. Yes. So best of three matches with Ira Legacy taking on the Rocket Felines. Ira Legacy will be in the blue half and Rocket Felines will be in the orange. Let's kick things off for game number one and see who's going to come out on top here. We have the veterans versus the lesser so veterans, and right now the Storm will kick things off as the veteran to see if his own part gets the opening goal.
Remember, of course, Storm making his way on through on that Team Septic side. Only 2 seasons back, but he has definitely kicked up a storm alongside Squickstall and co. And here, sort of separating ways this one season, but you can see he's got a new squad beside him, and this has got so much potential. On the opposite side, we already know what the Rocket Felines can do, and they just seem very much in addition to teams like, Pinch Colado, if you remember them, it all comes down to the on-the-day performance. They can have pop-off days, and then they can have days where they just don't really turn up. So if this is a pop-off day for them on the felines, they will do serious damage in this tournament, and that's why they're one of the favorites to take a qualification spot.
I have to say, I'm getting a bit of a blast of nostalgia being in a best-of-3 qualifier match with Kyiv being involved. It takes me all the way back to the original open qualifiers for Season 1 of the TCS Esports League. If you remember, all the way back then,
That was 3 years ago. Ridiculous.
I know, man. Like, I was 21.
I was doing the broadcasting back then. That's crazy.
Man, it's like, you just think about, like, that's insane. I don't want to grow old, but
the thing off the back of that is just seeing how much the TCS Esports League and, of course, the Swiss scene has grown in those 3 years, and it just makes you proud, It's awesome.
Oh, Pride to get the lead here for Ira Legacy. Rocket Felines better start to put their own pride into the table and start to get something decent going here. They are down by a single goal. These players have the potential to bring up a decent series here against the likes of Ira Legacy. All getting sent close. Storm's going to have to leave that one. Rolly's also going to do the same. Have Lau make his way up to the corner. Tap out demo in from Hell. Taking Kyiv away from position, sending that to the center line where Hell's there to receive it, but Aroli challenges, beats out one, can't beat the second, way too far back, not enough boost. Can log back here with Lau, passing towards him, pass back in towards Kyiv. Oh, Lau's taking it too far wide. That would have been a fantastic goal. Otherwise, they still return. That ball's close to the backboard. Lau in to beat everybody, send it off to the left, not to the center, not to the net.
And you can just see how close these two teams are. Kyiv getting given a runaway opportunity there, not being able to rotate on in defense. I can see Lau originally getting the bumps, and Chicken removed. No one staying back in defense after that, and so just an easy put away, easy equalizer. And Jay, it feels almost criminal that this is only a best of 3.
Indeed, this probably could be the highest skill level we've seen all day today, or at least so far today. That might start to change as time goes on, but all these players' experience coming up to help them. 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and Rocket Felines have gained a slight momentum swing. Can they carry it forward to a lead? Well, they'll try to do so. Aroli sets it up for Kyiv. Kyiv can't quite get the shot in. Storm can return to the backboard. Lulls over the defensive. Challenges. Direct 50-50 with the Rolly coming in off the backboard as well. Trying to see if he can beat Chicken. He can shove him out of the way. Take that play away. But Hell still set up at the ground floor. Takes it off the backboard. Got to be disrupted by Law. That's exactly what he'll do. Following suit with a clear away. Kyiv and a Rolly will get himself involved. Backboard touch. Where's the second man coming in? Double commit. But it works out for Law as he gets that second goal in for Rocket Felines.
Yeah, you can see the name of the game today is just going to be these big, powerful passing plays, utilizing the backboard as much as you can to get that ball high and away from net. It means that the defender's got to spend more boost, spend more time getting out there, and more importantly, have to predict it early. You've got to commit to a defensive. On the attack, you sort of already have the idea, and you're going to be going up trying to win the 50-50, aggressing to put the ball into your opponent's half, but that's an easier decision to do than being the last man back in defense, and you've just got to go for it. Otherwise, it's going to be a bombardment.
Great turn away there from the defense line. Getting very awkward with their touches, and the attack is starting to get a little bit dicey for Ira Legacy. So Rocket Felines, they're the ones in the back foot at the moment when it comes to their style of game. They've got to play back up in their box. Hell will come forward off the sideboard, bounce out to the center. Chicken trying to double tap his way forward. Storm following up as well. Turn away to the backboard. Law takes it into the center. Aroli trying to get himself involved. Hell's going to keep that ball on track for an offensive play, but offensive time is running out here for the Iro Legacy side. A minute to go. Rocket Felines have defended pretty effectively. Law comes in. Challenge onto one. Ball off to the corner. Kyiv has his points to boost. Hell also beaten out. Chicken following up. Can only go so far into the corner at this stage. And Chicken following back. Does manage to beat out another, and actually wins out the duel to get us 2-2.
That is a beauty. The bounce not reared perfectly, and Chicken just taking it an awkward amount away from the wall to beat the last man. 2-2, like you said, and it is just such fine margins in this game to separate these two squads. Again, they should know each other fairly well, both within the TCS Esports League and outside. amongst the numerous leagues around Europe. But it's all just coming down to that aggression, Jay. If you can just get control of the ball and just try and put pressure, you'll finally be able to get something. And this right here, kickoff, a little bit of madness, and unfortunately for Ira Legacy, trying to charge downfield a little bit too quickly.
3 to the board, and now Rocket Felines regain their lead, and they're going to try and carry it into a bit of an extension as well. Ball sent over outside of the box. Storm challenging Hell off to the midfield. Rolly getting involved. Chicken going to challenge, send that back up for Hell to try and receive it. He managed to slip it underneath the defensive, but Law is there to counteract, go for a clear away play. Rolly bounce out of the corner. Where's Keeve coming in for the final strike, but he's disrupted by Chicken challenge. 10 seconds remain. Storm in center. There's Hell to receive it! And he goes for the shot that takes us 3-all in the last few seconds.
What an equalizer as well. That pass coming in from Storm, so well read. And Hell had to pre-jump to get up there. He always knew that ball was coming center. Had so much confidence and communication with his teammate in Storm. And just to finish it off, what a banger. But OT in game 1, Jay, come on.
Indeed, our first OT of the day as well. Ball off for Rolly, going to demo out Storm. Try and get something going here in the early part here to get that opening goal. Trying to get that overtime goal for the Felines. It's counteracted by the Ira Legacy side. Law coming into the sideboard, bouncing out against the second player and actually beating Storm. 12 points of boost though, got to set up for Aroli. He wonderfully does so, but Aroli's finish is just not there, and Kiev cannot follow suit. Hell coming in, Chicken with the challenge, the dribble play back in. Law's going to try so he can get involved in it and disrupt that play. Kiev with a pitch away to send it a little bit further wide. Aroli turning up, Hell bounce out to the backboard. Law into the midfield on the clear away. Where is the response? Where is the goal? Over for Hell, the double commit from his teammate. Storm's got to back off because Kiev's got the counter-attack to clear into Aroli's part.
You can see two different game plans coming into it. Whilst I look on over towards our Legacy, they have a tendency just to overcommit a little bit, leave the last man back. The same is going on for their opponents right now. They were so confident in winning a 50-50 here against Chicken, and that's just slipped past the lines. Lau a bit too close, a little bit too hot into no man's land. He needed to be further back, and he's just paid the price.
Ira Legacy take game 1 as a result. A hell of a well-fought game 1 at that stage. The Rocket Felines, one mistake is ultimately what cost them there. Ira Legacy and Rocket Felines were playing an absolute lights-out game up until that point. It only comes down to one small mistake that cost you in Rocket League, and that was it right there for the Felines. First game of the board of Ira Legacy, and now looking into game 2, it's survival type of Felines. But with the way that this one has been playing out so far, I wouldn't be shocked if we saw our first game 3 today, Bacon.
I wouldn't indeed. The one big teller there is that Rocket Felines had just more points in general. Now that's coming down to them just touching the ball more. They were a little bit more aggressive. Like if we were to take a handful, 10 different shots, I'd expect to see 6 come out from the Felines and 4 from Ira Legacy. So they've got a little bit more control over the game, but Ira Legacy are just doing better with their chances. And it's such a minuscule little metric to really measure, but look at this counter come on out, and that is just so threatening.
Chicken blocking off this ball, going to wrap around in from the corner. Storm sending it back towards Chicken. Chicken shot close, turned away by Law. Storm backing up here, miss out from one player, sending back in towards Chicken. Sends that one very close towards the orange defenders instead. Turned away, Storm challenge. Oh, he gets at the shot and gets the opening goal for Ira Legacy.
Great little play there. Hell with the bump, and it's just the perfect distance. Allows Storm to then chase up onto it. As the defender, you've got two choices. Cover the net, where you've got to go and try and charge in that ball, get as close an interception as possible, but realistically just put your car in the way for the block, potentially win that 50-50. And Storm was just too quick onto that. The way that Ira Legacy bounce off one another, Jay. It's just so fast, so wickedly good. You saw a little bit of a double commit come out there from both Chicken and Storm, and so they do have moments where they don't communicate and they're just playing instinctively, and that's where they let it slip. But otherwise, their 1-2 little defenses, like we just saw there with Hell going up, is so good. But here, oof, this was not pretty.
Very, very scrappy defensive. No one in that right-hand side of the net, and Rolly just given the ball pretty handily. 1-1 to the board. Counteracted by the Rocket Felines. The leader slipped out of the hands of Ira Legacy. Hell's going to try gain it back though. Can only go so far with that solo play. It's off the backboard that Laura's ready for, beating out 2 of the players on the offensive in midfield. Now back to the defensive line where Storm and Hell there to take control. Clear away from Hell. Beaten out by a Rolly, turning off to the backboard. Still into the hands of Chicken though. Tries to keep it on target, sends it over to Storm. But Law takes it away. Dribble up, flick back, demoed out that ball. Awkwardly there for Hell. Keeps chance to punish it right there. Slow ball, however, leaves it in easy defensive for Hell to maintain. That ball sent very far back over towards the orange corner. Law and Hell involved. And a counter-attack's pulled up instead.
You can just see a lot of good possession plays coming on out from the Felines. That back pass earlier wasn't to plan, but where it's so wicked fast and all the way back in defense, was able to keep it under the control of the Felines, and that's the way that they need to change up. Instead of just hammer the net, look to just pass it left, right, use the width for the goal. You know, use that backboard to its fullest effect and then finish it off, because they're a fast team. Connect that with fast passes and the defense is just going to be frazzled. What?
Oh my god, speaking of frazzled, that might frazzle some brains as Rocket Felines question how they didn't get that goal in, but they'll make up for it with a slow dribble play, a slow dunk down from Law that gets the lead for the Felines.
And Storm couldn't do much more. Hell's touch wasn't great, it's got to be said. Storm did sort of double commit to it for the initial beat. He's there for the second, but the problem is Lau is just so dedicated to that challenge to make sure that it finished off, and just puts his dominance in a perfect position. That right there, easy touch towards net, but it comes down. Chicken needs really help a second man to come through onto that so he can just rotate back to defense, and you can just see that's largely it. Rotations could be stepped on up for Ira Legacy and that would make them perfect. They've got tons of pace, but it's just where to go after you get that hit. Storm here, yeah, going back for that mid boost is great, but there needed to be a man to charge up on the ball and then someone back towards net. They were still thinking about having someone towards middle. In that case, it was Hell, and the opportunity is gone. So you need to adjust on the fly a little bit better with decision making.
Oh, wow. Law's got 2 goals out of 3. The Rocket Felines are looking like they might just be able to tiptoe past this game and get themselves in with a 3rd one in the series. Like you mentioned, could be our first third game of the day. And right now, Rocket Felines are looking like a decent force to begin with. Is there a comeback involved for Ira Legacy? Is there a way to return? Is there some sort of decent play from Chicken and Hell? Might just be! Oh, almost a mistake being set up there on the right-hand side. Still set back in for Storm. Backboard play into Hell. He can't recover it. It's cleared away.
So many attacks, but again, none hitting the mark, coming in too hot, putting too much power on the ball. Got to have control over it. You just can't hit and hope. A Rolly though, no hope of touching that one, but Storm was just going to wait, didn't have a clue Lau was there, and so loses control of the ball. Keeve's got this run in now. Chicken should be able to go for it, but instead I don't know if that's a tactical fake or not, but it's kept them at bay for a little bit of time. Chicken getting the touch out wide, and here with only 30 seconds left to go, Ira Legacy about to be taken into that game 3, Jay. They've got a little bit of time to turn it around, but it's near impossible.
especially with the attack continuing onto the blue backboard and into the blue net. Lord's going to control this. Finally a clear away, a breakaway opportunity, but it's taken right back out by Kevin. He's not sending it back downfield, he's sending it away from any blue players, and no one thought to get this defensive Aroli shot, so it's 4-1, and at this stage it is confirmed that we will be having our first game 3 of the day with Rocket Felines pushing past Ira Legacy.
And it wasn't the most spectacular passing play in the world, but again, it just goes to show the power of passing plays where Ira Legacy were just expecting a shot at net, sent one man to commit to it, everyone expecting it as well, it set them up following, and no, it was just a very simple pass on a cross. So they were bamboozled by it, and it's even the most simplest passing plays, just mixing that into the fold so that you do both, you know, bangers at net as well as passing plays, which means that your opponent have got to think about 2 different options. When you've got 2 players, you know, one in net and then one that's probably going out for the challenge, you're at least opening the lines to net for yourself. And that's a big, big, important change up in the Feline strategy where they're just trying to really get into the heads of Ira Legacy, and right now they look good to take this.
That they do. Game 3 really kind of rests on a knife's edge. Whilst both teams could look good to take it, only one will. And claim that spot in the semi-final matches, a very important spot for them because, you know, only 2 more games to go and then you'll qualify for the TCS relegation tournament. And look at this attack already coming through from Rocket Felines. Key to set up Law, putting it back down into Chicken's hands. A bit too slow, unfortunately, running out of boost at the last hurdle. Aroli still finds an angle and still finds a goal. With assistance from Law, it's going to be an opening goal here for the Rocket Felines.
What a banger this is. So much power. Leaves the dodge, Jay, and that's the important part there. He only presses X or A on the controller, depending on whether he's using Xbox or PS4 or PS5, whatever new controllers we want to say. Just does that once, boosts up into the air, and then uses that second dodge to whip the nose of his car around to get that extra power. And well, Chicken, what a response this is.
Yeah, Keem had no idea this was coming. No idea at all. The challenge sending it off to the right-hand side, and you would have thought that someone from Rocket Felines would have gained control, but leaving the entire mid-center of the field open for Ira Legacy to swing into. So we're back at evens very quickly into this game, only 30 seconds gone, and it's been full of action for both Rocket Felines and Ira Legacy. Hell might make it even more so. Unable to get the goal in as the defensive just only rests on the idea of just getting out of the box. Law setting up a rollie, blocked off by Storm. Taking that setup out of the hands of the Felines at side. Chicken crossing out to no man's land. There's nobody there to receive it. Hell will try get up and beat Law and co, but one good 50-50 will send the ball's path away from the center. Storm's still going to carry it in, try to go for a solo play, but a bit awkward on the angle. Got to take that wide, and there's no second player there to receive it. Chicken will still try and find a goal in. Second touch not going to be allowed. Storm just beat them out, but it's very like light touches, no real setup and confident. Boomers here from the Ira Legacy side.
Yeah, they need to somehow find a way to pass across the other side of the net. You can see Hell there waiting for it. Yeah, they're getting blocked out every single touch. Perhaps instead go for a shadow play, and no one home, so Keith just lets himself in.
Beating out Hell, I don't know where the rest of the defensive were. I think they were caught in rotations or commitments. Either way, a 2-1 now for the Rocket Felines as they once again hold the lead above Ira Legacy. Aroli wrapping in, putting that ball into the box. Checking the Storm here to receive this one. Storm with a big miss, opening up an opportunity for the clear to come through, and it will indeed come through. Passes back and forth, Chicken and Hell missing each other out again. All set up. Outside of the box, Key will find his clear away. Storm beaten. That ball sending very close towards the net. Hell's got to take control. Left fall to the hands of a Rocket Feline setup. Law back off the backboard, turned away to the right-hand side. 3 minutes to go. We're still only a single goal separating. Aro's going to try and make that 2, but not going to happen for him.
No, it's not. The time ticking, and you can see build-up plays coming on out from Felines again. Still that slight bit stronger. Hell's in a good position. What a pass on up, and Lau just going to be able to get the touch, but Hell perseveres, sticks to it, expects the waterfall on down, And that is a great finish. Again, the double commit right there with Keith jumping across. That's the issue. Have trust that your teammate's going to be able to get the touch.
2-all. We're back in contention, and the defensive just nowhere to be seen off the back of the kickoff. Chicken could take his time with this one. Two players commit, and Kiev spinning out of control. I don't know what was going on there, but that's going to cost Felines the lead now.
It is. Our Legacy, they've got to take this chance and run with it whilst being safe nonetheless. Way too often we've seen them leave angles to net open. A little bit overextension. Storm getting punched away there by Aroli. A little bit of a double commit in the end. No one getting it. Hell can't recover. And that is an opportunity wasted for Ira Legacy.
What is going on with this defensive? No one in the net for the Feline. No one getting the touch for Ira Legacy. 3-all at the 220 marker. And neither side showing signs of definitively breaking away. Hell will try to do something out here with the kickoff. Defended by Law. 100 points of boost on the back line's got a challenge Storm here because he's setting something up. Disrupted away. Recovery play is possible for Chicken. That's exactly what he'll do. Aroli coming in. Leaves that ball for the second time. Hell sends it up high. Wide to the backboard, follows suit with a pass back into the center. Aroli and Law getting each other's way. Kiev's got to try challenge for one, and Law will be able to receive that ball on the sideboard. Does he have any boost? I don't think he does. He leaves that for Storm instead, who himself does not have any boost of his own right. Chicken there to back it up in from the midfield line. Dribble plays right into that box, but doesn't go so far as the net itself. As the clear comes in, and Rocket Feline's going to set up for an attack.
Can. Time is ticking though. Who's going to be able to draw once again first blood, Jay? It feels so weird to be in such an even Steven scenario. The ball dropped down. That's going to be great for Lau. Storm on the back burner, knows not to go for that boost. He's got to prioritize the ball, slow things on down. And Keith there just with a wicked ball out wide as he's trying to dig in hard. Lau staying on back. You can see here it's all about being cautious and controlling.
Off the side, Law in, shot close, denied by Storm. Follow up from Aroli, comes in off the backboard. Kiev taken away from, so Law's got to maintain control. Hell with a challenge. Storm with a clear away from this corner. Challenging on Law's part, 20 points of boost. He's got to leave it for Hell instead. Got to grab that 100, which was actually stolen away by the Rocket Felines attackers. And Kiev into the midfield line. Chicken following suit. Law's got to take that off to the corner. Storm coming up, looking to dunk down. Aroli. No need to defend it, it's too far wide to the left-hand side of the net. Aroli challenging on Storm, good block off. Law has control. Chicken is beaten. The ball into the corner. Kiev trying to center it up. Beaten out by one. Law's got to get that demo in on Chicken because that could be dangerous. Hell follows suit with the demo of his own right, but the ball goes back into the blue half. Aroli's got to beat Chicken alone, but Chicken gets that challenge in, and Law with one final setup, I believe. 10 seconds to the clock. Kiev coming up, sends it high, higher to ceiling. Hell's going to take control of it. Law hunting for his cherry pick opportunity to look for one good goal, to look for the turnaround, to deny overtime for Ira Legacy. Ball down on the floor, and it's one goal to separate these two teams from victory and defeat.
And a second OT in this best of 3, Jay. You could tell me that this was the grand finals, and I'd probably believe you, but right now we know that this is still in the quarter-final stage. We're going to be showing both semis, and that is just ludicrous that there is so much talent in Switzerland to be able to deliver this level of Rocket League this early into a bracket.
Well, it was going to be a clash of the veterans, and that's exactly what we're seeing right now. Kiev and Chicken involved. Law going to try to find an angle. Storm tries to feed that in front of the box, so they'll be successful in going that far, but no further in terms of the offensive line. Aroli, leaving this for Chicken. Kiev, mistouch of the ball. Law's got to get his defensive in. Chicken's going for a solo dribble right up towards the net, just blocked off. There with a follow-up. And their overcommitment on Rocket Felines costs them 4-3 for Game 3, 2-1 in the series. Iowa Legacy take the win above Rocket Felines.
What a cheat up by Hell. Chicken doing so well. Sort of faking the flip reset with how he's positioning his car. And yeah, just in the end, that's going to be an absolute big win for Ira Legacy. As they'll probably be moving on into a position to look good to take one, just to take a spot in the finals. As they'll move on to the semi-finals, get a little bit more of a break, because like we said, we're going to show both semi-finals. It allows a little bit more time for the lower bracket to catch on up with the upper bracket, but that is a massive one, and you got to think, they've got one of the big competitors to them sort of out the way nice and early. They might have to face them again. Who knows? This could be repeated in the lower finals, Jay, of course, but they're going to be there going, okay, we got rid of the top contenders. We should now be gunning for that top 2 spot. We already were, but this should almost be in the bag.
Well, right now they definitely have a bit of an in-the-bag performance. They look to set on. They look set to take on the Trinitas Esports side, who have managed to make their way quite far up this bracket, beating out Zamax and 2.5 Swiss in the quarterfinals. But that match is coming up a little bit later on as we head towards the break. We'll look to our other semi-final. We'll be trying both semi-finals on the stream, of course, today. We'll be waiting for Ace Republic and Lostic to get set up, so do not go anywhere. The TCS Esports League Challenger Cup continues after the break.
Wenn ich das Gefühl habe, dass mir alles entgleitet und alles um mich herum zusammenbricht, weiss ich, dass ich mich auf ihn verlassen kann. Immer. Seit 125 Jahren an meiner Seite.
Allow us to introduce ourselves. We are the players, the members, and the fans of the TCSE Sports League. We don't have big stadium shows, millions of viewers, or our own rap song. But you know what do we have? Our community, our casters, finals, and memes.
We don't play because we have to, we play because we love to. We have scored hundreds of goals from different angles, teams and players, but with one thing in common. If you ask us how to be a part of it, we got 2 words for you. Monday evening.
Well, welcome back to the TCS Challenger Cup, where we're getting into the first of our semi-final matches here in the upper bracket matches. Ace Republic taking on Lostic. We just saw Lostic a little bit earlier on beating out their opposition. We've yet to see Ace Republic at all, but once again, we're looking at a couple of very, very familiar names over on the Ace Republic side, Bacon. So why don't you break down the lineups for me? Tell me who you think coming out as favourites.
You put me on the spot here, Jay. Thank you. As I quickly just bring up the team sheets. Of course, over on the Lostic side, we got to see him earlier on today. That's Paella, Skyor, and it was Dino on that one. Now, seeing at Ace Republic, Destro, Spoon, and Taji. So, Destro, of course, we know through and through from the TCSE Sports League. Taji, we've seen numerous times try and, break on in for these Challenger Cups. Spoon, though, that's a new name to us, isn't it? And so it's going to be interesting to see what he can do on the pitch.
Indeed, yes. On the Lostic side, I think they're definitely the favourites again, just to the basis of who they are as players and who they are individually. We know these guys through and through, and they were able to pretty handily take their quarterfinal matchup. So I'm looking forward to seeing how the semi-finals will play out as well. I think this could be a bit more of a challenge by comparison, especially under the leadership of Destro, who we know has been a TCS alumni and one of those guys who has definitely been able to lead his teams into a decent spot overall. So I'm hoping that Ace Republic throw up a bit of a challenge. But I think the Lostic probably are the favourites in this matchup. I tempted to go 2-0, but then anything can really happen. We just saw a fantastic 3-game series, so I'm hoping that we see another 3-game series right here.
Definitely, and just as a little correction, we've got Golo stepping in for Spoon, another German player. So again, these guys, we're through and through near enough top-end Grand Champs or Supersonic Legends. So high-quality players here for both ends. And realistically, Lostic, we've already seen what they can do. Ace Republic, of course, have had to have a run of their own through the bracket. But here in the semi-finals, this is where we can really, really make the judgment of whether you are going to be qualification material. Ace Republic arguably have had the easier run, though, Jay.
Let's see whether that easiness will be able to aid them in momentum. Face against some of those top teams at some point. It's going to be one of those top teams indeed for this Ace Republic side. Oh, the ball sailing right past everybody as Lostic tries to look for that opening goal. They are on the attack pretty heavily here. Ball sent out to the centre. Golo and take it into the mid-centre line as Dino sends off to the corner. TJ with the 100 boost of his own right. Destro getting his own control back into that corner, off to the backboard, turned away by Sky, or trying to see if he can follow suit. Paella peeing out on TJ's part. Golo's going to look for his next way in, but they are just going to kind of get beaten back here by the Lostic side. They'll get into the blue half, try to tee this off. Sky, or is the last man back in rotation. This could get risky. Destro, oh, the bump! That's why we rate him. What a goal!
Destro, I remember all the way back through when he sort of qualified alongside Texo, and just last season you could see he was on a team that he couldn't really get the most out of. Hopefully here, with his capabilities, he's got a squad now where he can go far. Of course, looking towards Golo and Taji to be able to back him on up. But he has been a fantastic player through and through, and one that I would argue a lot of the time has been overlooked in the TCSE Sports League. That could just be because he doesn't want to be a sub to a Team J, or that he just wants to make it on through on his own. You know, you've got to earn that spot rather than just get a easy pull-in.
Challenging on this ball out to the corner. Paella and Sky all having ball control. Dino up to receive it. Golo's going to try and get involved, take this off the ceiling. Back in on Sky, or sending it over to the corner. TJ to the corner of the orange side of the field. Dino being beaten out. Destro going to follow suit. Sky is going to get back out of dodge. Missed out that ball entirely, actually, so it allows a bit of control out for the Ace Republic side. Destro dribbling forward. Got to beat Dino somehow. Unable to do so. TJ going to 65 points of boost. Going to be beating into Sky as part of things. Destro forward from the corner. Dino challenging off to the sideboard and the backboard play. A bit too wide of the marker. But for now, 2.5 minutes, and we're yet to see a goal out from Lostic. They've been getting some decent opportunities. Dino taking that off to the side rather than trying to carry it forward into the center. That was an open net for them.
Was indeed, and the problem is they're trying to use this corner and bounce it on out, but that area is so much easier to defend if you're on the receiving end of things. You've got a much smaller angle to net, so defenders can read it a lot easier, because that's always the case, right, with Rocket League. It feels silly to say it as such, but it's all about a game of resources and opportunities. If you're reducing the angle to net, there's sort of like degrees that you can aim at. It's much easier for a defender to put his car in the path of the ball.
Ball off in the corner. Dino falling away. The clear does come back of Ace Republic. Lostic are having a bit of a difficult challenge about this. Carlo challenging into the midfield alongside Destro, being challenged by Paella. It's TJ up, Dino with a miss. Destro in with a shot. Skyle there with a quick wraparound save. Just barely able to hold down the back line, barely able to hold onto the net position. It's just like shoot downfield and then play defensive, it feels like here for Lostic, because they're unable to generate some decent attacking chances. Complete polar opposite to their series earlier, where they were having pretty much every attacking opportunity. 1 minute to go. Ace Republic are just not letting them have any breathing room. Maybe Dino might generate a chance, but it's blocked off at the seams.
And that's just coming down largely to, oh, that needed to be punished, but just the fact that Ace Republic are playing slightly faster. Lostic have seen that, so they're waiting for counter attacks and those opportunities. They're probably thinking it's only one goal we've got to find, so we can just wait it out. It'll come to us eventually, and you can see they're close to hitting the mark there, but as time keeps ticking, those opportunities reduce, and they've now got to start opening up those attacks themselves. That's a nice bounce out for Skyo. He needs to get his pass, but it's just too hard, too high, and Dino can't finish it off.
Yeah, 15 seconds. You say eventually they'll get one of these goals in, but that eventuality is running out. 10 to the clock. Skyo to receive this, send it over to Dino's part. Grab this ball, send it over. Golo challenging. TJ comes up. Skyo with one final attacking chance. Send it off to the backboard. Destro gets involved. Paella there in the midfield to try and see if he can keep it alive, but no. TJ takes it away, and Ace Republic will get the opening game of the series. Lostic feeling a little bit lost at this stage.
I'm looking towards chat, and we haven't done polls today, Jay. I'm a little bit upset because I'd love to see what people think of this match, because you've got two teams where even our viewers at home know them quite intimately, again, because of playing in TCS beforehand. So I'm just wondering, Twitch chat, you're going to have to speak it. You're going to have to write it on out for me. Who do you think is going to take this? Do you think Lostic's going to come back and, do like a mini reverse sweep as such? Or is this going to be easy for Ace? Are they going to be able to 2-0 this? Because they felt more commanding in that game anyway. Towards the final minute, they sort of let off the gas a bit, but that's just more because Lostic were getting more aggressive instead of being that sort of patient defensive style, which you alluded to earlier, Jay.
Paella coming up alongside Golo into the corner. Game 2. Lostic need to get something going here. They had a single goal to separate the two teams previously. And Dino coming up here off the sideboard. TJ getting off the backboard. Skyor trying to send over to Dino, who's very far outfield, but no chance available. Testro the TJ. One player interrupting that play from the Lostic side, but it still remains in that corner, still remains inside that box. Finally, a clear found. As Dino sets it up, Paella just trying to see if he can get ahead of it, but Golo sends to Destro. Destro unable to receive that ball, but Golo there with a decent chance on the backboard. Demos in, will take out the last defender, and Ace Republic will get the opening goal.
Look at this, the beautiful fake as well from Destro, not even going for the ball, gets the demo on net. But that's purely because he can see the trajectory of his opponent just sort of running in, just going for a block. So he knows all he's going to do is just hit the ball into the corner and it'll work as a pass on out. Ace Republic mind gamed that scenario, and that is just super wicked cool to see.
Need to find a response soon from Lost Stick. Chance available. Dino's way too far away from it. Everyone misses that ball's touch. Paella sending it over. Touch on the defensive for Ace Republic. Dino's going to try and get involved here. Golo off into the midfield. Good challenge on Paella as well. The offensive line is starting to spool up again for Ace Republic. They might be on a back foot temporarily, but they immediately return to the orange half, and Lost Stick just can't catch a break, it seems.
No, they can't. But they're still within one. They've just got to start using themselves. Saw earlier Dino in this very similar position. He's going too close to the net. You can't point blank win it out against Ace Republic because they're just challenging close to the net. So what you need to do is try and drag it on out to that 25% line with a very fast pass. Again, easier said than done. But in situations like this, finally, with a bit more distance, with a bit more length, a bit more power on the pass as well, they're able to find something. And that's just because they're opening up those angles, which I alluded to earlier, Jay.
Okay, they found a formula. Now's the chance to replicate it and get us back to a lead here for the Lost Stick side. 1-1 to the board at 3 minutes and 10 to the clock. There is time available for either side to score. Ace Republic, how do they adjust? They just continue playing their own game and try and get those touch in the defensives a bit more confidently. Well, the attack will be up here for TJ. Receives that ball, touch back with the backboard. Golo, then a receiver. It also bounces off the post, and Skyo can return. Just turn high by Destro's part. Paella in to try and pass back towards Dino. Shot over to Golo's part, and he takes that off to the corner, taking it as far away from the Lost Stick offensive as possible. Ball off the backboard, TJ in, good cross out from Dino, and Golo takes it away. Paella back in, going to try and receive Dino. He can pass back into the center, send it to his own net. No! What have you done?
Oh, it's all gone wrong here with the bat pass, and it's not the worst idea. That's going to hurt in the morning.
I think that might hurt in the next 2.5 minutes. Ace Republic not even needing to work for that goal. No errors forced, it's just them being very mispositioned here, and Lost It looking like a completely different team by comparison to that confident force we saw in the earlier rounds. Destro and Golo open net. This is the third goal right now.
And it's starting to look a little bit grim for Lost Stick. 2 goals down. 2 minutes 20 still left on the clock, you know, roughly. That's, in most accounts, is tons of time to get back into it, but it requires Lost Stick to turn the screws, to really crank it up to 11 and be able to play aggressively, which we just have not seen enough of in this series against these opponents. It feels almost like Lost Stick are their own worst enemies because they've changed up their playstyle where they're wanting to be a bit more passive, play safer, more defensively. And right now, that's just not an option to them. You can't play defensive and get 3 goals, or at least 2 to send us into an OT. They've got to sort of throw the rulebook out. This is a nice idea by Dino, but he had no one to deliver that ball to. You can only dribble for so long. Realistically, you need to tee it up for a teammate to put a wicked powerful shot on.
TJ and Destro trying to get involved in the attack. Golo's going to try and hold the mid control. It's Skyo. They clear back over to the blue half, and they need to get more confidence out of those clears. They need to get an attack going, which is the one thing that they've struggled with consistently over these last 2 games. 1 minute and 15, and Golo returns over to the orange half. Destro shoving one player out of the way. Golo going to try cross back. TJ missing. Destro still sends it back in towards the corner, but Golo's there to receive it. Bounced out the corner. Paella beaten out by TJ, who sends it off to the left-hand side of the net. Not quite on target, maybe a foot off from doing so, but 60 seconds remaining on the clock, and there's still a 2-goal deficit for Lost Stick to make up.
And right now, Ace Republic are just being nuisances. They're going for those demos. They're playing disruptive plays. They're not necessarily going for net, but they're just playing fast and wild, where they just want to get these annoying touches on the ball, which make it super difficult to read. Dino with a great opportunity there, but again, constantly going and challenging, interrupting. And playing for 50-50s, Ace Republic, pretty much right now, are playing this perfectly to just prolong the game until they win.
18 seconds, Destro. 100 boost as well. Sky, you're challenging off the sideboard. Golo following through 10 seconds. Pass back to TJ. Opportunity available for a fourth goal. And in the last 10 seconds, that will basically seal the deal. Ace Republic taking a 2-0 above Lostic, who again, to make the appropriate description, looked lost. So lost there in this game.
But they do have a lower bracket to run through, Jay, and of course, dropping in the semis puts you quite far, quite deep into that lower bracket. So they'll probably have, I'd imagine, somewhere between 45 minutes and an hour to prepare themselves, maybe even longer. We'll have to take a little look at the table. Yeah, probably the matches before them are still waiting. They've got half the teams there ready to go. So yeah, they'll probably have near to 45 minutes and an hour to prepare themselves and recollect themselves, which I think is the more important thing, because when you take a loss like this, which was probably quite hard hitting against opponents which you can respect and you know quite well, you're going to go down into that lower bracket match and just think to yourself, okay, where do we need to better ourselves? And that's where you spend this next 45 minutes looking through VODs to pick out your mistakes that you're ready not to do them again in a low bracket.
Yeah, agreed. I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done for the Lostic side, though. That was not a performance that I would hope to see from them. Seeing them earlier against the Irelians, I thought they were going to have a great time. Having that victory against FGS as well, I thought that was going to be, all the momentum building up for them. Like you mentioned, the Ace Republic side, they had the easier run through the bracket, but clearly that gives them more confidence than ever to carry forward into the upper bracket finals, potentially into the TCS Esports League relegations themselves. But we have to find out who their opponents are going to be first and foremost before we get into that matchup. As Trinitas are taking on Ira Legacy. We saw Trinitas a little bit earlier on in our first match of the day. They made the upper bracket swamp, taking out Senior, Zamax, 2.5 Swiss, and now they look to deal with the next Ira Legacy side. Do not go anywhere. We're back after the short break.
Baseline kicking, yes, I'm proving. Yes, I'm proving. Yes, I'm proving.
Allow us to introduce ourselves. We are the players, the members, and the fans of the TCS Esports League. We don't have big stadium shows, millions of viewers, or our own rap song. But you know what do we have? Our community, our casters, finals, and memes.
We don't play because we have to, we play because we love to. We have scored hundreds of goals from different angles, teams, and players, but with one thing in common. If you ask us how to be a part of it, we got 2 words for you. Monday evening.
Welcome back to the TCSE Sports League Challenger Cup. We're getting into our second semi-final of the day. Trinitas have made the underdog run from being in the last seed matchup right now into the semi-finals against Ira Legacy. Ira Legacy, a team that have been looking at pretty dominant in their earlier matchup today, Bacon. And I imagine that they might try and look the same right here.
That they will. Of course, Trinitas with a couple of new names to us. We've got Mazur and Rocket Jr. that we've seen before, of course, but then with Swiftly, who is really just coming into his own there. Of course, in Ira Legacy, though, these are guys we've seen before in Storm, Hell, and Chicken. We were sort of expecting Proof to come through today, but Chicken as well coming on to this is just a fantastic addition. You know, I've got a little bit of a soft spot for him, but here, this is going to be another semi-final where we're seeing all veterans of TCS really showing that level for TCS is so high, isn't it? That players coming on back, having to go away for 5 months, like we said, to grind it on out to improve themselves, are coming back looking stronger and rejuvenated, which is so cool to see.
Indeed, yes, it is looking, it's great to see that coming in from these guys, and we'll get to see whether or not that's going to rejuvenate them into the actual league itself. Obviously, a couple more matches to go between Trinitas and Ira Legacy. If they can get through each other, then all they have to do is be out in the grand finals against the likes of Ace Republic. So there's already that potential right there, and standing by, ready and waiting for this matchup to end to see who's going to be that team forward of it. Trinitas have made the upper bracket underdog run so far. And I'll be curious to see whether they can do it here against their toughest opponents so far here in the qualifier. Best of 3 rules. Once again, only 2 games will take you into the grand finals. So let's kick things off into game 1, seeing how well these teams will do. Trinitas over on the blue side of the court. Ira Legacy over in orange. And Chicken will be there to receive the first kickoff alongside Storm back over into the midfield. Very quickly getting off to the Trinitas defensive line. Will be playing there onto the backboard for the moment.
So what you got to think right here, Trinitas all going to be about that pace. On Ira Legacy, however, they're going for very solid team plays in their passing plays. You can see that nearly set on up for Hell by Chicken. And so you've got 2 different fundamental playstyles, but Jesus, that's incredible.
You know, it's incredible when Bacon loses his balls. That was really brilliant from Rocket Jr. That really was. And that is a hell of a start for Trinitas. This could be the run. They have looked amazing so far in this bracket. Also trying to see if he can challenge on Chicken, trying to set up a secondary goal back here. His teammates are lurking in the midfield, hoping for a chance to strike, and so far that's not going to happen. Rocket Jr. takes it away. Storm challenging on towards him. So Floroso take it off that sideboard, bouncing against Chicken. Will continue to try and hold the aggressive onus here. He's got 100 points to boost. Hell's there to try and send it over to Chicken, who does send it close to net. Mazzel's going to get involved on the defense because that was going right on target. And in the first minute, it's only that opening goal for Trinitas. Other than that, still got some work to do to try and extend that lead, get that cushion going for Ira Legacy. It's the case of equalising the scoreline.
The early statement seems to have not really buffeted Ira Legacy that much, Jay. They've got some great aggression coming on out, and Hell, they're just seeing that can't really keep this attack going, just wants to put it into open space. But where they're pressuring, Trinitas don't have an incredible amount of boost. So really trying to go from control here, Ira Legacy, and that's a good game plan. They can make sure they've got those midfield pads kept to themselves. Trinitas only have 2 100s to work with. Perhaps every now and then they can slip into that midfield and take one of the 100s. You can see Mazur's here wanting to steal away the boost, get a demo, which will get a bit of control for the Trinitas side. It's all going to be about the macro of the game, where Trinitas want to play with pace. So they're going to need as much boost as possible. Ira Legacy, knowing that as well, are going to try and limit them. So boost is the major factor here, whilst just keeping this ball moving about and away from your opponents. It's a whole different ball game than just going straight to net.
Could bounce out on that ball, hitting the crease spot. The pass from Storm to Chicken finds the only open position. Double commit, triple commit, in fact, on the defensive line for Trinitas. And Rocket Jr. scrambling to get back in the net. So well placed there by Chicken. What a goal. And we're back to evens very quickly.
the delayed dodge, Jay, is just nuts there. To flip yourself upside down by using the air roll and then leaving that dodge to put the extra power, because Chicken's got to go slow there. He knows as soon as that ball's past him, he wants to put it bottom left. So he's going to go as slow as possible so he's got the right amount of time to be able to delay it. Of course, that also means that his opponent, the defender in net, has to jump preemptively. It's just so well played. This is a big brain matchup.
Good shot from Mazur as he comes in with a big aerial play, not necessarily big brain. He counteracted the awkward defensive from Hell. Two players committing to it, so again, no one was in that net to defend against the shot, thinking they might have had a counter involved. And as a result, Trinitas find their lead once again.
It's an interesting one where on that squad, you've got sort of Sweflioso going quiet, the new man to TCS for us, who previously in the last match was a big factor, just so mechanically skilled, but here he's just looking to cover up for his teammates, and off the back of that, becoming the playmaker, allowing Mazur and both Rocket Jr. to really step up as finishers. So what's been going on today seems to be just Trinitas warming themselves up, and they're looking good. They're handling a lot of pressure being applied to them by Ira Legacy, who now are on the back foot after starting looking good. That double demo, that should have been converted.
A minute and 10 to the clock. No chance for a goal back there on the Trinitas side, so Ira Legacy are still working off the back foot, but they're holding themselves together to ensure that the goal does not become too impossible of a scoreline. Chicken pass out to Storm, he's got to find the clear, he's got no backup, he's got to do this all on his own. On the backboard play, Mazur's going to take that off to the corner, Chicken's going to try, send it off the backboard, chance for Hell, taken away by Rocket Jr. and Storm with a chance. Hell's directly in net, he's got to maintain control, the ball passed back towards one of his teammates for the strike overall. Chicken beaten by Sweflioso as none of those plays are able to convert here for Ira Legacy, and now we're back on the attack for Trinitas. Hell off to the midfield. Rocket Jr. comes up over to the corner. Chicken sends it back to the mid-centre. Hell back into Chicken's position, trying to maintain control of the ball. Here from the corner, off with a zero angle! Off the post! Storm with a finish, just Sweflioso denies, but Hell keeps it inside the box, wrapping around, looking for another good touch, but it's not going to happen. Chicken coming out of the defensive, moving forward, out of the corner now. Mazur has control. Good challenge, Hell. Last chance, strike back from the midfield line. Going to be defended against so much breathing room to work with here with a Trinitas defensive. Rocket Jr. up, barely defended, Chicken to the floor, and Trinitas take game one.
Just through the skin of their teeth, though, it feels like in the end. Only one goal separating these two sides, and my only complaint, and it's going to sound so weird, Jay, Ira Legacy have more confidence, go for net more. They're trying to go for way too many passes when the line to net is there, and they need to just mix it up. They're getting a little bit too predictable in that they're always going for these passes that in those final moments, Chicken in the corner going for that shot really threw Trinitas off, and Chicken was just unlucky, hit the post with it.
We have our first game in for the Trinitas side. Ira Legacy surely don't want to fall like this. They have competed so well so far, even if they've only been a couple of goals away from victory. Still not to their favour. Trinitas getting off on the right foot to attack immediately in the orange half. Already the kickoff, so much presence, so much pressure being applied to this corner. Chicken's going to try and find a breakaway opportunity, but even that gets disrupted by Swef. Rocket Jr. setting up Mazur off the ceiling here, the backboard trying to pinch it in, sets it up directly in front of the net, and that's an easy goal with no one in net to defend.
Yeah, an early blow as well. Maystor's doing really good, just get the second touch, really disrupts Storm there. He was expecting it to bounce out, and that Maystor's not able to get to it, so yeah, good clean finish up from Rocket Jr. Ira Legacy on the back foot once again, and they need to play from ahead. That's where they get their confidence to go for plays, otherwise they overthink it. Good 50-50, won by Swef, but that demo, so big.
And Chicken still goes bigger and denies. And Rocket Jr. here with the dribble play. Hell trying to find his way out of that corner. Swef and Co attacking continuously. Rocket Jr. waiting back in the midfield line for Hell to force forward. Trying to go for the solo play, misses second touch at Storm's chance. Puts it back into the corner, trying to still outplay the defensive line, but that gives Trinitas time to find a response and a rotation. Checking off the backboard, Swef's coming up for the defensive. Hell a bit too far ahead of this ball. Storm again off the backboard. Mazur's going to challenge Hell. Will try and beat him out high again. Chance available? No. Rocket Jr. there in the defensive again takes away the best chance that they've had here. Ira Legacy continue to struggle in the offensive line.
Yeah, they are. And time is ticking. Ira Legacy, under so much pressure right now, needs to find a way to get this out and equalize early. Otherwise, Trinitas, with all their confidence, are going to keep on hounding, going to keep on pounding this ball towards net. And it builds, Jay, until you get that explosion of a goal. Of course, there could be a little bit of an overcommitment and the opportunity to come on through. But there, after so long, like I said, the build-up, the build-up, the build-up, and a goal to finally come on through. This time from Mazur.
Yeah, Swef crossing right to his man. Mazur straight in with the goal. Right in front of Storm and everything, so that could have been a decent defensive for him. Unfortunately, just not to be a little bit too far out of position. We're 2-0 up now. Ira Legacy really falling behind as Rocket Jr. gets another one, slips it past the last defender. 3-0 at 3 minutes. This is starting to fall apart now.
Is still tons of time to get back into it, and this is where that sort of experience of the players in Ira Legacy is going to hold so much. A little bit of a mistouch there by Storm. Does keep a hold of it. Chicken with the launch towards net. The miss, but no one there to punish. No one to pick up on it. They weren't expecting the miss. And again, Ira Legacy not helping themselves. When you're in a position like this, many teams will just say, throw everything out the wall. Just see what sticks. You can't really lose much more. 3 goals in half the game to go, Jay. It's very achievable, yes, but you've got to pressure your opponent. Storm finally having a good chance, but he needs a second player there to help on out, a cleanup, a janitor. But they're not providing that second man to these plays.
That was right there for Storm. Right there for Storm. But no, not to be. All up and over. Storm challenging Mazur. Turning into the sideboard. Rocket Jr. finds his way up and over above the crossbar. Storm puts it in! Oh, that's the wrong goal, buddy. That is the wrong goal. Rocket Jr. getting gifted a hat-trick by the offensive line, and I think Ira Legacy are done at this stage.
I do as well, and that's harsh. But again, Ira Legacy, by losing in the semi-finals, do have that chance to move into the lower bracket at a higher point. Of course, when you look at Trinitas, if they do drop in the grand finals, or the winners finals, sorry, they'll be moving to the lower finals. So they're already going from one qualification match to another, which just has so much weight to it. But Trinitas have just played this so well, and I'm super excited because when you look at these guys, Rocket Jr. hasn't really been able to push on through to the TCS. He was sub for Arctic Gaming back in Season 1, but just has not achieved the level. And for him to now do it all on his own, instead of, like I said before, you know, just getting pulled up into a team, you've had to work tooth and nail to get this. And he is doing so much great work alongside this team. Of course, Swefty, also a new lad for us, and Mazur's just so impressed about the hustle and the grind that players have to go through. Switzerland is absolutely stacked as a region, it's got to be said, and there's so much growing talent in the region.
There's still a lot of growing to be done here for Ira Legacy. The confidence they showed earlier has still disappeared in this series. They have got that lower bracket, like you mentioned, and they do have this one consolation goal. 4-1. Still looking particularly proficient. 40 seconds, however, to recover all the goals here from Ira Legacy. And if they can see one more, then that will be game done and dusted. The series victory for Trinitas. 30 seconds remaining as Storm comes up, beating out the Swefeloso's part, trying to see if he can control alongside Hell coming forward. Mazur there with a demo. Block out. Storm completely evades the chance to shoot the ball, and that probably would have been their only chance to bring any sort of comeback in. So at this stage, the next 10 seconds are all a formality. 2-0 for the series, 4-1 for Trinitas, and I'm a bit disappointed that Ira Legacy couldn't really hold themselves together. I'm a little bit disappointed that they couldn't really, show that confidence again. Game 1 was fair, but Game 2 really fell apart, and well, that's the end of them in the upper bracket. Trinitas move on to take on Ice Republic.
And this is all part of the best of 3 sort of mentality. Who knows, with the best of 5J, we could have seen Ira Legacy come back, but there's also the beautiful part, that's a double limb bracket. So Ira Legacy move into the lower bracket where they can make the run down there. Perhaps they need this beating on down for them to adjust and see where they need to improve. I'm going to just quickly see who they're going to face on up against as well, because that'll be an interesting one. I do believe it is Enlambo 174. Fleek, Karma, and Morgs. I've seen Karma a couple of times before, but realistically, that's a new squad for us. Whereas on the opposite end, Lostic are currently going up against Rocket Feline. So it's a stacked tournament today, isn't it?
Yeah, we're thinning out the main names now. We've gone down to the last few squads here. Only 6 teams left in play, so we've had to say goodbye to the majority of the other ones so far here in the Challenger Cup, and we'll get to see who's going to be that team in the lower bracket a little bit later on today. For now, as we head towards a short break, we look towards our upper bracket finals again. Trinitas taking on Ace Republic after this. Do not go anywhere.
Wenn ich das Gefühl habe, dass mir alles entgleitet und alles um mich herum zusammenbricht, weiss ich, dass ich mich auf ihn verlassen kann. Immer. Seit 125 Jahren an meiner Seite.
crown. Heavy clouds are way above my head, like all of my regrets and things I never said. No, got a feeling, shiver in my bones. Something's coming, but nobody knows. Angels rage, they come down from the sky to fix these broken wings and show me how to fly. I burn the sky. I see the fire in your eyes. I come alive, and I feel like I could spread my wings and fly. Take it in and breathe the light. Leave me when I lose my sight. Finally we're seeing paradise. There's no need to roll the dice. You're the devil's sacrifice, breaking down the door to steal the throne. Spread my wings and fly. I burn the sky.
Well, welcome back to the TCS Challenger Cup, where we're getting into our upper bracket finals, where the winner of this particular matchup will be going forward to the relegation tournament here. We have seen Trinitas make their underdog run through the highest scenes in the tournament, and now they take on Ace Republic, the team that upset Lostic and beat them in 2-0 fashion pretty handily in the winners bracket semi-finals. Now, both teams take each other on in best-of-5 format to see who's going to be the first team forward to take on the challengers of the relegation tournament here. Bacon, this is going to be a very interesting time as well. We've got the chance to see both teams. I did say Trinitas would probably be in for a bit of a shock when they get into the later portions of the tournament, but they've been looking good here, and they've got a really good showing up ahead of them here. They've got a really good showing so far for this bracket to be able to carry momentum forward in against Ace Republic.
Exactly, and Trinitas taken down was previously a top seed, like I said, with Zamax. Not sure if we agree on that, but we didn't get to see Zamax today. Who knows what had really gone on in that match. But the pace that is coming in of Sweflioso, Mazor, and Rocket Jr. cannot be discounted. On the opposite end, Destro, Taji, and Golu are playing a great sort of like, I don't want to say bim bam game as such, but just high pace and then just so much aggression to them, whilst also throwing in some wicked good passing plays. So this is going to be a super close series, and it's one that I can't really even predict, because we haven't seen these guys play in so long that we don't know the nuances to them. We've seen a couple of games today, but I mean, what, a total of 5 games for each team at most, mainly 4, I think, for we've seen Ace Republic for 2 games and Trinitas for 4, so that's not really much to go off, is it?
No, but what we have seen is definitely looked impressive for both respective squads. Again, they've gotten here to a decent position as a result of their efforts, so I'm looking forward to see how well this one will go. For me, I've just got to favour the veterans of the Ace Republic side. I feel like Destro's got a really good position. Trinitas definitely have the stronger run so far in this one, however, so I'm looking at this one and I'm thinking that this will be a very close affair. I think it could go all 5 games, but I am favouring Ace Republic coming into this as we get to game number 1 of our best of 5 action. Again, 3 games will get you into the relegation tournament. Trinitas being over in the blue half and Ace Republic in orange. Swift has control of the ball. First and foremost, Rocket Jr. looking to dunk down into the offensive line as we kick things off in Champions Field and try and look for that opening goal. Trinitas off on an absolutely aggressive affair to start things off. They are finally turned back into their own half there. This is the chance to generate attacking force here for Ace Republic.
Yeah, don't know what Taji is so confused about. Whether they made it this far in the tournament, Jay, who knows? But 30 seconds on in, and the confusion has got to be how to break our defense. You can see they run it downfield, but Trinitas are doing a good job taking it to the corners to buy themselves time and then try and build up a bit of control. That's a beautiful launch by Rocket Jr. and Taji can nearly find Destro. For that connected for Destro to be able to then get a quick counter off, that had been beautiful, but keeps under his control, so buys time for his teammates to stack up in defense once again.
Ball off, Swef controlling into the corner, trying to challenge onto Mazur and Co. Golo takes control of that ball, takes it into the corner and off to the backboard. Defensive in against Rocket Jr.'s part, sends it back over into the midfield line. With a touch out as TJ makes his way over into the box. Mazur's there to defend against it. That ball being played up very quickly here for Ace Republic as they try and get their own offensive line spooled up. They were looking like they were suppressed to a significant back foot as Trinitas got going. Swef challenged by Destro and Mazur. Bringing in the sideboard, bounce off to that corner. There's so far very little. It's a bit touch and go in this latest stage of the game. Crossing back and forth between both halves of the field, but Rocket Jr. with that demo might open up the chance for Mazur and Swefluoso to get going now.
It's got to be alliterated that this is a qualification match, Jay. This is so much weight on it and pressure where this is where we're going to see some of those new players towards the TCS, even potentially competitive players. We don't really know much about Swefluoso or Golo on the opposite end. Taji has played in many Challenger Cups before, of course, and so on and so forth, so that this is where the experience really comes down to it. When you're so close, it's just that final hurdle not to choke on the line is so much easier said than done. Getting the ball in the back of the net sometimes can feel so much easier said than done.
God, that got way too close. Golo gets the ball up, holding the boost here, trying to beat out 1 and 2, takes it too far wide. Follow up from Destro is not good enough either. TJ tries to continue on out of the corner itself. He's going to have to get bounced out and turned over towards the orange half of the field. Destro backing up and out. Golo trying to maintain some sort of contention back here in the corner, but Rocket Jr. sets it up for Swef. Swef continues the attacking force here. We're still completely scoreless in this one. 0-0 as we approach the last minute. Ball off to the sideboard. Destro tries to see if he can take control and get some sort of decent dribble play in, but just challenged by the opposition. No player of the orange side can receive that.
They can't, and Rocket Jr. with a launch across pitch, but you can see right now this is all just for Trinitas to try and take control over the pitch. Build up, build up, build up, pressure, 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 and then finally put it away, but it's just not working. They just can't find the goal. Taji, great patience. Got called onto him that no one's coming to challenge, so he's got the time, and that's the real stickler right there, Jay. Is that Trinitas, whilst taking control of the pitch, aren't pressuring the ball close enough. They're not giving an issue for that last man in defense.
We'll commit on that, ball's defensive. Taji, 60 seconds left, no goal still scored out here. Golo's going to try find one with a slow ball out. Taji's going to wait back in the midfield line, and that was directly at that mid-centre, playing that ball into the box, but no one else is there to take the attack. We'll try cross Golo. Oh, that's a great redirect, but it's just disrupted by Rocket Jr. and taken wide as a result of it. Golo still has 100 points to boost, however, setting it in, setting up for Taji, but denied by the defensive again of Trinitas. They are not letting Ace Republic get away with anything here. 30 seconds, we might have to go to the golden goal. The shot in from Golo is still getting closer and closer though. Trinitas are being tested here in his back line. Ace Republic, they want this one to slip past the finish. Destro on the defensive, a quick counter and clear. He takes control of the boost and tries to grab the 100 in the corner itself. We'll leave that ball to Swefluoso's control. Taji beating him, carrying forward. Where's his teammate? Right there for Destro. He sends that ball way too far wide though. Bounce out for God to try to take control of it. They'll bounce it off the backboard. Destro with a redirective chance here, directly close, and they'll just get it to the floor, maintaining their best chance for OT in game 1
of the winners finals. It's really shown no one's wanting to overextend themselves. Perfect game 1 mentality. Don't drop this. Play it safe, play it cautiously. Don't, reveal those pocket aces you've got up your sleeve. A mistake coming out from Golo, and Destro does cover it. The second touch not coming on through. This ball's going to linger awkwardly down the middle. 1v1 Mazel versus confused Taji, but right there he was stoic. He wasn't confused at all.
The passes continue back and forth. Sweff and Rocket Jr. getting involved. Finally, Taji finds his way out. Destro to receive that ball. Light touch. Golo set up for it, but it goes right into the hands of the Trinitas defensive, and they are counteracting everything Ace Republic are doing. Sweff back down. Destro involved. Takes that off to the corner. 47 points. Zabu's going to leave that ball entirely. A bit of a mistake being made, but Golo can come forward, get an even better clear. Mazur demoed out. Taji going to have control of the ball back of his own right. Pinch back in, beating one defender. Trying to see if he can beat that second, but no chance available. Destro presses on, goes for the solo play. Up high, second teammate nowhere around. Cannot get the ball into the backboard. That would have been a perfect opportunity for a two-man team play, but not to be.
Oh, and Taji cut in there a little bit. Golo was expecting to chase onto that. That's a weak ball, but Mazur is there. You can see two defenders on net near enough continuously, and both over commit positionally to this one. Just a little bit of scramble egg confusion. Set one up at the close post.
Yeah, two defenders caught sleeping. Ace Republic will take the opening game of the series at 129 in overtime, a single goal separating the two teams. And I think if that game doesn't set us up for the kind of match we're in here so far, if that doesn't set us up for the kind of best of five that we're going to be seeing between Ace Republic and Trinitas, I honestly don't know what would.
And I'm not going to say this is going to go the whole way to that game 5, Jay, but what we know for sure is that it is going to be hella close. You know, we could see us as sweep, but like with 1 goal differentials. I wouldn't be surprised if we see another 1, if not 2 OTs, because these two squads, so close in potential. They've got very similar pace. Like I said before, I reckon Ace Republic slightly slower, potentially, but that will then just comes down to who's got control over the boost. So close to the target there, but Mazur holding the line very well. That 50-50 so well read by Taji as well to be able to just keep this pressure going. Destro's in a perfect position, but that redirect just not right. He needed to put a shot on target to really pressure that defense.
Rollo with that ball up, going to try and contest this, sending it back to Destro. Challenged again, that ball sent off to the corner. Taji coming up with the ball's path here. Sweff challenging. Rocket Jr. beaten out. Golo trying to disrupt the whole defensive line and get something going for Ace Republic. Mazur's going to find a clear into the orange half, but where's the follow-up? Where's the rest of the attacking side? Mazur's going to try and get involved. Bump players out of the defensive. It won't be necessary because Golo's going to miss anyway. Clear still found into the path of Rocket Jr. Taji getting involved. A big miss. Might allow a chance for Golo to set up. Sweff just coming in with the recovery play. I'm noticing every one of these mistakes that come through, they're usually recovered by the team that makes them, or by another player on the team that makes them. Taji moving up here to the backboard again. Rocket Jr. not going to make any mistakes on that backboard of his own right. Going very passive here in this one. Very carefully positioned. Sweff's going to try look for an attack, but very easy for Taji to defend that one.
So second man, Jay, is not close enough for a lot of these plays, and that's the reason why there's too much space between the initial pass and the receiver, or you know, the save and then the punishment as such. And so that's why we're getting such low scoring games, is that everyone's a little bit too spaced on out and playing it relatively safe and defensively. Not a bad thing, but it's just electing to choose that style of cautious play.
Rocket Jr. coming up. Taji in with the ball's path here. Sweff also going to put that back down into the mid-center. Mazur coming up to wrap around, beating 1, not quite 2. Might set out for Rocket Jr. instead. We get some shot relative to the target, but 3 defenders there in the same position, able to deny that ball from going in. Sweff again setting it up for Mazur, stealing the 100 boost away. Can still play off this, but Destro beats him. Follow up from Golo, but Rocket Jr. blocks that ball from making its way into the path of the net. Demo starting to be broken out here by Trinitas, trying to see if they can force a mistake out from Ace Republic. That might be what they need to do here. Taji setting up Golo for the moment as they have to hold the defensive as their main #1 priority right now. They get that counter-attack going, and Mazur here with the dribble play. Up to the backboard, Rocket Jr. looking for his way in. Destro with 1 touch is all he needs to take it away. 15 seconds after halftime, we are still 0-0 here between Trinitas and Ace Republic.
Oh, and that is going to be the opener. What a goal!
What a goal indeed. Perfect play, perfect control. And a perfect way to start for Ace Republic again. Trinitas, this time they have 2 minutes, so they can make up the ground.
That they can. You could just see towards the end, pace of the game was slightly picking up, building. And it burst into such a spectacular one coming out from Taji, who I've got to say, Jay, compared to last Challenger Cup, has upped it so much. It's like clearly working hard, which is great to see. But what needs to be responded to right now? Like I said, get a bit closer. 1-2 quick punch plays. Pick up that pace. Going 50-50s like that, like Rocket Jr. just did. If you've got the third man a bit further back, it's fine. It's safe. But you've got to really force issues and play so fast to be able to beat each other out.
Now we're starting to see some cracks in the defense here of Trinitas. Destro up. Golo. Demo inbound. Trying to see if he can send it back over towards the box. Taji holding contention as 80 points of boost to be able to utilize. Beating out another player. Oh, that's right. Target. Nothing they can do about it. What a play. Perfection of ball control from Taji. And that's a second goal for Ace Republic.
He has stepped up, not to say he's carrying the team, because of course both Destro and Golo are playing great as well, but just those opportunist moments when he's putting out mechanical skill is just finding the cracks, and that's what you need sometimes, is that player to step up, because at the same time Destro and Golo are playing it safe. That means if Taji doesn't pull off that play,
oh,
what a read!
Okay, Ace Republic are just going like a clappers now. That was amazing. Golo, what a read, what a play, what an angle. And well, I guess it's lucky for Trinitas this isn't best of three, because we could be looking at their demise here in the upper bracket. Golo's going for another one, sets it up off the backboard. Destro coming in to get his own style points involved. Taji's right behind him. Swefluoso with a dribble play, trying to get some sort of counter-attack, trying to get some goal going here for Trinitas, because they need it right now.
I mean, this game 2's done, Jay. We've got to say it right now. 25 seconds to get 3 goals. Pretty much unheard of unless you're throwing. So it's got to be looking towards that game 3. And if Trinitas can get a goal now, that's going to be a great morale booster, but they've just got to be a lot more aggressive. They've got to be bolder with their plays. Again, too cautious. That idea of coming in for the 50-50 is only going to help them. When you look at Trinitas, they are an aggressive squad who are still playing with one hand behind their back. Don't get me wrong. That hand is currently gripping the railing so that they don't fall off this bridge. But if you want to look on over at the fishes, you've got to lean out far.
2-0 up, Ace Republic. 1 away from taking a spot in the relegation tournament, and this team has just been looking absolutely lights out here, especially in this second game. Trinitas have a reason not to ready up so early. They need to think about their performance and their status here in this series, because, well, they could be losing everything now.
And what is the game plan? Because you got to think, Ace Republic now, they don't have to change anything, Jay. They're winning, right? In their current playstyle, it all comes down to what Trinitas do. And that's when Ace Republic, with 2 wins under the belt, you know, they're sitting currently on qualification point. They can react. They can expand a game. They could drop game 3 and be like, okay, this is what they changed up. We just do this to respond. It all comes down to Trinitas, who personally need to go on the first minute. They need to cause issue, and that is gold.
What an angle as well. Let's just watch this in slow motion, see how close it was to one defender being able to save it. Slipping in between the two of them. And there you go. 1 to the board of Trinitas. A big goal for them to take, because they need many more to go. 3 games in a row for them to take this series and this upper bracket final as a result. Now really spooling up on the offensive line. They've started to refine their confidence. Bounce back off the backboard. Where's the second man? He's right there with Mazur. Golo looking at the defensive inbound. Rocket Jr. trying to involve himself also in the play. Swef coming up. Destro's got the aerial dribble. Take Mazur down. Shot to the bar. Sweat trying to get involved, try and bump TJ out of the way, but he's unable to do so. Golo, as a result, sending up towards TJ as a result, and that is going to be a counter-attack to quickly get us back to evens.
What did I say earlier, Jay, about just getting a bit closer together? That cheeky little pass inwards. Rocket Jr.'s got to pre-jump that. He knows the redirect of Taji is going to be so fast, and so he's just got to preemptively jump, make himself as big as possible, hence why you see him turn his car so that the underneath of it is facing the ball. And that's just super well played. What a clearance from Golo as well there.
For the first minute, it's definitely been action-packed. What you wanted to see and what you hope to see from these guys. Golo almost found the lead right there for Ace Republic. Turned away from the corner. Destro coming up. Only so much boost at this stage. Ball out. Taji turning into the sideboard. Not a lot of boost available for him. Sweatfluoso into the corner. Destro coming in. Challenged by Rocket Jr. Sending this over into the corner. Golo leaves it for Taji to return over to the blue half of the field. So the counters involved, and Mazur and Swef trying to see if they can get something spooled up here in the offensive line, but so far nothing else is coming through.
I think it all Destro with the pass on up for Taji. What a save coming on through from Mazur. Brilliantly done. Even Taji is respecting that with what a save. Sweftly wanting to find the net there, but unfortunately Demo's not coming through. The free line's not found. Good pass in towards Rocket Jr. But Golo, this game 3 has really pushed both teams to their limit, and we're seeing the best out of them. Trinitas getting more aggressive has really helped them on out, but is it too little, too late, as Golo has just crept into the back lines?
Yeah, Taji with the setup, Mazur and Rocket Jr. both committing to that play, and ultimately it generates the gap that they need for Ace Republic. 3 minutes, less than that even, to go before Ace Republic have the game 3, the full sweep and the spot in the relegation tournament. Mazur and Destro contesting against each other. Sweftluoso here with the ball up, taken back over towards the corner. Golo sending up Destro once again, sending that off to the sideboard, bounce into the corner in particular. Rocket Jr. turned away from Taji as well. Backboard touch, sending it off wide, but nothing is going to be found. 2.5 minutes to go. Time is ticking. There's still a single goal to make up the difference. Trinitas can very easily equalize. Ball backboard into Destro, and he tips it past the line.
That's such a great little play by Destro. Taji as well with the setup, the layoff. How do you come back from this? If you're Trinitas right now and you're looking at Ace Republic, it's just daunting. I know they're still 2-10 and Rocket Jr. is still fired up, so maybe not as daunted as I thought, but this is where you've got to go big. You've got to use everything, every last ounce of energy, put all your skills into place, because this is do or die in the upper bracket anyway.
Rocket Jr. and Mazur getting involved in the midfield line. And you mentioned do or die, it's pretty much an appropriate sentiment. Golo into the midfield, Sweftluoso there with the demo, and Mazur comes up with a dribble play. Can he get it in? No. Destro gets that denial. He just stops it from making any further forward progress. Still Trinitas pressing on from the corner into the box. Denied by 2 players in the double commit. Might have been risky, but Ace Republic defended, so it's not a problem. Awkward touch from Swef. Destro comes up with a save. Follows through from Golo. Right on target. No one's there to defend. 4-1 now. Ace Republic now having an absolute showing and probably looking likely to make their way into the relegations.
Is that one too many, Jay? That's the question. But after looking in chat, you know, and seeing some familiar faces, it is true. The lads over on Ace Republic sticking together for a long time to build up. You can see it's working. And this is what you've got to say, just grind it out. You might, for the teams that unfortunately dropped today, some of the teams that won't be able to make it in 2 weeks' time in the second Challenger Cup, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, sign-ups still open, ! Challenger in chat to find out all about it. But
subtle,
you've got to grind
subtle
it.
segue in history, Bacon. Like, for
Yeah.
real.
It was meant to be obvious, don't worry. Some players need that, you know? But it's just all about stick together. What might not work now could work in 6 months' time, could get you through next season. And you will not reach the end of the race quickly. Sometimes you got to be the toe. You can't be the hair. You've got to just slowly grind up, build up, and then it will happen. Dedication, perseverance is there. And these two teams both know that, are examples of it where they're coming back for the second, third, I think for Destro, fourth time, Chicken definitely fourth time of TCS.
One more goal to send it home. Not to be. Ah, well. Doesn't matter. Ace Republic, they have the game. They have the series in 3-0 fashion. What a run from the boys in the orange half of the field. And I have to say that even in spite of our criticisms of them initially, they still look like an absolute godlike force in that matchup. Trinitas, yes, I understand that they were also not expected to be here in this upper bracket final. But for Ace Republic, like, this is looking like an absolutely solid team. And this is one of those examples where I think, yes, actually, this could be a squad that contests in the relegation tournament.
I look at this squad, Jay, and think this is a team that could take down, you know, the Mind Sanity or Vision Gaming. No offense to those squads, but this is a team that is ready for TCS, which is awesome to see. Trinitas, we'll have to see how they improve on in the lower bracket, because they will be going to the lower bracket finals after dropping here. But with so much pride, we can say Destro, Golo, and Tajay have qualified through to that promotion relegation tournament. They're the first team to make it through the Challenger Cup of Season 6, getting ready for Season 7, and Switzerland is stacked. It's awesome.
Indeed it is, and of course the top of that stack right now is Ace Republic, as they, as you mentioned, make their way through the relegation tournament as we head towards a short break and look towards our lower bracket matches as well, where Rocket Felines have outlasted Lostic, and then Lambo have outlasted Ira Legacy as well. We'll get to see how well that one will be able to play out in a bit of a moment's time. Right now we're heading towards a short break, and we're going to hear from Destro himself as we look to set him back and welcome him back into the TCS Esports League relegation tournament after this break.
Wenn ich das Gefühl habe, dass mir alles entgleitet und alles um mich herum zusammenbricht, weiss ich, dass ich mich auf ihn verlassen kann. Immer. Seit 125 Jahren an meiner Seite.
Yes, I'm proving.
welcome back to the TCS Challenger Cup. Destro is joining us here as we set to welcome him back into the TCS Esports League, at least for the relegation tournament. Congratulations to you on the win, and a hell of a run for you guys. I'm not going to lie. I looked at the team and I looked at you and I thought that maybe this might not be as confident as it was for Ace Republic, but you guys have not skipped a beat here coming into this Challenger Cup. So tell me what you guys have been doing to prepare for this tournament.
Thanks. Actually, we're not doing too much because we actually had to substitute Spoon out and we heard that recently. So we were like playing with a complete new roster or a complete new third, which was Golo today. So we're actually quite happy that we got through that amazingly. Yeah.
So where did you find Golo show off the bat then? Like, if you haven't played with him before and this is your first time, how did you come into contact with Golo to replace Spoon on the roster?
Actually, Tashe is friends with Golo, so we know him from Tashe. And so he asked him to help us out, and he did amazingly. So that was the power sub that we needed for today.
Well, you guys have played throughout the course of this Challenger Cup already, taken on a number of different teams, and I wanted to ask you, going into the relegation tournament and the round-robin stage in particular, is there any team that you think that might make it through in the Challenger Cups that you guys might be scared of by a shout?
So normally Irie Legacy plays really well, but today they looked a bit off, but also they're playing also with a sub with Chicken instead of JP, so that could be like make a difference. But they're normally pretty good, so I think they're gonna, if they don't make it through today, I think they will make it a second time. And also like Lambo, we played in the, I think it was quarterfinals. They play quite well actually. They beat us the first game quite heavily, and then we bounced back the second two games. But they were also playing decent.
Well, just to pull for back of that, Lambo have actually just taken down our Legacy 2-0 in the lower bracket quarterfinals. So can you tell us a little bit about Lambo? Because for us looking on in, not knowing these players, Fleet, Karma and Morgs. Now, Morgs is French, I do believe, or is it Dutch? I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. I think French. And it's been around the scene playing, somewhat competitively all the way back to the Gfinity days. Karma we've seen step in the past, and Fleet new to me. Can you give us a little bit of rundown for this roster? Because we will be seeing Lambo face off in the next match on stream in the lower brackets. They're going up against the Rocket Felines. So what can you tell us about this Lambo squad since you faced them?
So personally, I don't really know the players by myself, but they played just on their own individually. They played really solid and had good follow-ups, which gave us a hard struggle in defense one game, and then yeah, they just had like good pressure on the ball and we lacked a bit, and then we turned it around, adapted, and then we managed to clutch it in the end. But they individually, I think they have quite good control over the plays.
Well, you've been part of the TCS Esports League in the past, we know that, and looking forward into the league itself. If you were able to make it into the league, how far do you think this team can go?
I think we can actually go quite far. So to like top 6, would be possible, in my opinion. Like we're playing in the SEL as well, and we're not doing too bad there either. But since we're not playing for too long together, we are like still the potential is way higher. Like the skill ceiling is way above that we can reach.
Awesome. We'll get to see how well you guys will do in SCSL and, of course, here in the TCS Esports League. For now, you guys have ended your run here in the TCS Challenger Cup by making it in as the first team qualified for the relegations. Again, congratulations to you, Destro. Good luck going forward. I'm going to be really excited to see what you and this team can do in the relegation tournament. For now, we have to find out who the next team will be to join them. We still have 3 squads left in play. Trinitas are waiting in the decider matchup, as well as that Rocket Felines and El Lambo. We're taking each other on to see who is going to be the next team forward and who's going to challenge onto that Trinitas side. We'll head towards a short break and bring in our matchup after this. Welcome back to the TCS Esports League Challenger Cup, where we're getting into our lower bracket games here. We only have a couple to show you as it has progressed pretty quickly, but we have thinned out the best of the best, and we'll see who's going to be the final team forward out of this Challenger Cup and into the relegation tournament. Rocket Felines and then Lambo 174 are the teams that are standing by, ready to take to the stage here, Bacon. And I have to say that on the one side, we've already seen Felines once today. Wasn't expecting a Lambo to be here, though. Tell me about them.
Well, again, like we said, Lambo of Morgs, we've seen him around the competitive scene for a while now, just across the whole of Europe. Frenchman coming on in. Karma, we've seen in previous Challenger Cups. And then Fleek for me is a new one. So again, this is a team that we don't really know much of, hence why I asked Destra there, how do they play? But Rocket Felines on the opposite end should be the favorites. But considering that Lambo are able to take a game off, they're going to be like the dark horse, the wild card to this. And quite often, I'm not going to lie, Jay, I'm going to favor the wild card. I would love to see some new challengers into the TCS, and I guess that's why we have the Challenger Cups.
Indeed, yes. We're back to best of 3 rules here. Again, the qualifying matches are the only ones that are played on the best of 5, so only 2 games will be required for a team to make their way in to face off the Trinitas side. It's Rocket Felines in the blue and Lambo over in orange, and the ball set to the favour of the defensive forces of Lambo, trying to see if they can get the counter-attack going. The backline's been pretty decently cleared out, but Law's got the control of the ball, flick back past one, not past the second, just blocked off there by Morgs as he defends position and keeps everything together. Pass out, sent into the midfield. Law going to tee this one up, allow Aroli a chance to take a decent shot in, but it's denied on the defensive, so it keeps together pretty handily.
You can just see a lot of confidence coming out in defense. Karma here, no boost, and has somehow faked it on through. Defender thinking Karma had a little bit more, and Lau here jumping across, because Karma, of course, is dodging into that. Wow. That's why pre-jumping can be so dangerous in defense, Jay.
How did he pull that off? That is insane. Probably one of the most insane things we've seen all day today, and we've seen a fair number of them so far. So that's no short comment to be made here, as they combine for a secondary goal here on the part of the Lambo side. 2-0 now up for the boys in orange.
And again, to reiterate, best of 3 once again, because we're not in the finals. A 2-0 lead already is dangerous. It's not like the guys over on Rocket Felines are dead here, or, you know, in a problem situation where the game is over, and Lambo have just given themselves such a large safety net. Going for bump plays like that, great response from Rocket Felines, because they need to build confidence, Jay, at this point. They need to get a goal sooner rather than later to get themselves back into the game to be able to go hunting for a win. But what an opener from Lambo.
Shot close, turned away from here at the corner. Kiev not being able to get the shot back in at the point-blank position. Karma comes up with the dribble plays, almost feeds it in for a second time. Aroli there for the defensive line, though. Fleek sends it back to his teammate. Karma takes it up high. Gonna have to evade the bump play. The demo in from Morgs might still set up Karma. He's still got opportunities. A flick attempted, but Law takes it back away from him, so 2-0 still to the board as we approach half-time. They're trying to find some sort of equalizer here for the Rocket Felines, and they're getting closer and closer to the line, but they're unable to actually score one. Struggling heavily, despite how much pressure they have applied to Lambo, and Lambo have been dealing with it so well.
Halfway mark, and Felines are getting close, but the problem is just not close enough. When you look at the defensive rotations coming on in from Lambo, they're just one after another, really confident in challenging, making sure to try and keep us at the midfield line. Doesn't work on out, they're happy to step back, but they're continuously having a second option, and that's so powerful. The pass up there, finally one of the first mistakes, one of the first cracks, but Aroli pushed so far into this corner, just can't really put anything damaging on. Keeps wanting to keep the pressure up, and you can see Felines trying to be a nuisance, but they're just not getting proper control over the ball, and that's a massive issue. They're looking good, but it's very fragile.
Law sending that off to the other side. Morgs Good flick, setting up for Karma. Law beats him out though. Ball's relatively in an open net, but Flick turns it back. Karma to try and put it up a bit high. It bait out one of the defensive forces, but a Rolly, big miss. Chance available. Morg's going to come forward with it. He's going to fake it out, and Kiev is going to have a slow enough ball where he can turn it away. That was sub-pandemonium from Lambo. It doesn't score that third, but Rocket Felines, even though they are defending well, they are running out of time to get a counter-attack.
Just okay, that's good punishment right there from Lau. Straight up, this should have been saved, and Fleek, just no boost it seems. Couldn't reach it. Lau confidence, you got to go for that. Even if, right, Lau didn't get it, as Fleek got the save. He had been deep downfield, stealing away at 100, whatever. His teammates were back in defense, so it's not a harm to jump for that. So he took a very nice calculated risk.
60 seconds with a relatively open net. Fleek's going to take that away from Aroli, followed back in as the pass comes forward. Aroli's trying to back pass towards Law, but that's going to be a chance opening up for Morgs instead to get his way on towards the blue half. Key's going to have to get that defensive in, and he will be able to do so. Follow suit on the second player, unable to make it happen. Fleek finally gets it over and away from position. Karma trying to see if he can maintain control and go back from the square one counter-attack, but with this pressure being applied, so the chance available for Rocket Felines. Law backing up to the defensive line, going to steal that 100. Morgs has got 54. Karma got a little bit more, shooting to the backboard. Law takes it away into the corner. The 30-second gong just sounded, so Rocket Felines recognizing that the pressure is against them. They need to get one more goal back to try and take us to overtime. Kiev from the corner, beaten out by Fleek. Good challenge from Karma. It's a little bit too high. Morgs to follow up. Doesn't get a chance. The ball bounces too high for him. Demo in. Clear away. Right into the hands of Fleek. Aroli looking for his chance. The ball into the corner. Controlled by Morgs. Two players up there. Kiev's got to get a touch in. We'll send it out into the open. Someone's going to beat themselves to the ball. And it's not going to be fast enough from Rocket Felines, and Lambo take game one.
A massive game one as well. I wonder how much these two teams know each other, of course, since and Lambo's new to us, but Karma, the one we've seen before, way back, what was it, season 4, I do believe, of TCS, playing alongside Syntax and Melox on the Lausanne side, and then getting subbed in for Lotus, I do believe it was, halfway through. So, clearly experience, and like I said, Morg clearly experienced there as well, playing in the whole of Europe over like for years now, I think 4 years or so. So you've got a team that's super strong, but just come together and really hitting hard here against a team in Rocket Felines that should know each other inside and out. So you sort of got that skill going against charisma and like team chemistry. It's going to be a very interesting one. And Lambo have got so much room to grow as a team, and that could be scary going in to that promotion relegation phase where they're given a month of, we know we've made this, let's work as a team on it, instead of, you know, doing the pickup scene deal across the whole of Europe.
Wrapping over Aroli. Trying to get involved, Karma. And off the backboard, Morgs and Aroli trying to get involved with each other. We get things kicked off here in this first game. Good cross of the ball. No one's there to follow it up. Aroli beating out. Oh my God, he's won that! Aroli technically rebounded off his own team, off his own opponent, I should say. Oh, that was barely even a touch, a ghost touch, if you will. What a goal from Aroli.
Well, nonetheless, Jay, it's going to be a big one for the Felines, of course. Dropping that last game, they need everything. And just seen Morgs change on over to the new Lamborghini. He uses the Dominus hitbox, I'm pretty sure, so pretty standard. Should be used to using it. But Felines, I want to see him get a second. They're not safe just yet, especially with the pressure that we've seen and Lambo be able to apply and just continuously hound the net.
Did a couple of awkward touches. Ball in from the corner on the sideboard. Morgs here with a dribble play. Got Law to beat. Pushes that out. Keeps chance to strike. Flick's going to beat him to the ball. So no opportunity to score for Rocket Felines. If they were able to get there, that would have been an open net. Goes to a relatively open one here. Ball down, beaten out on one player. Second man unable to follow suit. Karma comes up, has that ball off the backboard of Rowley. Oh, missed out the touch. The simple dunk from Morgs as a result. That leaves us 1-1 for Lambo.
Powerful, powerful play. That is going to be so hurtful for Rocket Felines because that was a stellar move. There's no way Felines could have got anywhere closer to that. But this could be even more hurtful. The follow-up needs to come on through now. It's a little bit too late. Fleek has done a perfect setup, but of course not communicated it to anyone else on Lambo. And this is shown in Lambo's just weakness right there, is that they still need to work on that communication, that chemistry as a team. But again, that's the area which you do expect to come with time, Jay, and this is making them super scary of just how they can pull off plays like this naturally.
That should have been a goal, I think. Really should have been a goal there for Lambo. They had everything except the finishing touch. And a Rowley will try counteract as a result of it alongside Keeve. Law waiting in the mid position. He's going to actually completely leave the open for Morgs. And his own mistakes are going to cost him an open net. That one is a goal for Lambo as they take the lead, and now Rocket Felines are in trouble.
Oh, Lau, unfortunate there. Great 50-50 won by Morgs, but Lau wasn't expecting another touch in the pace, so just does a drive-by, and that's going to be painful halfway into this game number 2, and it has been turned on its head. Originally, Rocket Felines looking pretty comfortable to be able to maybe send us to game 3, but and Lambo, you give them an inch and they take a mile. This is a powerful squad.
Troll following suit. Look at this great play from Karma. Great ball control action. Pass in from Fleek to Morgs. Not quite connected to an offensive player. It's actually returned here by the blue half of the field, back into the orange half instead. Ball's being played up and over. Morgs is able to hold it offensive for the moment. Rocket Felines trying to dunk it down so close, but unable to do so. 100 boost picked up. Law's going to send it over towards Keeve. Off to that sideboard bouncer. Decent touch in. Law and a Rowley putting it over and into the midfield. And finally back over to the blue half, into that back line. 1 minute and 30 seconds, and they are struggling here. The Felines need to get this defensive cleared out into a counter-attack, but as they clear it to the midfield, they've got so much presence here for the Lambo camp.
They do. Midfield control being the name of the game right now for Lambo. Just keep this pressure high, keep their opponents forced into their back lines, and just wait for that opportunity to strike. A double commit coming out there. Karma going to be able to keep this down in his opponent's half, so that gives enough time for his two teammates to get back after the mistake. Rocket Felines need a punish, however. That's going to be back towards Keeve. Wants to throw it. Lau not going to be able to do anything with that one, so he has to backtrack. Wants to be a nuisance, but the ball being taken out towards the center, whilst making it more difficult to shoot, definitely keeps control. And that's just great, great vision coming down. Out!
Oh,
That's nuts!
Wonderful. So wonderful for Karma. After every touch was challenged by the Rocket Felines, he finally gets that one little emotional move to beat out a Rowley. That one touch just gliding it right into the back of the net. And now it looks like the game might be favouring Lambo. There's got to be a serious counter-attack from the Felines, but an Rowley finds an open net.
That has just really brought them back on into the game, hasn't it, Jay? Like, they would have been clutching at straws at that point, but right now they've got the possibility. 37 seconds, a fair few plays in this. We've just got to see how it goes.
Time is short though, and still Lambo have a lead. Look at Fleek with all the dribble plays as appropriate. One player challenging and Rowley getting involved in against the second. 50-50, lacking in boost numbers. Doing things, setting up Law to go down. Oh, he wins the fight! Oh my god, he's done it! Rocket Felines back in it evens again!
We always wonder how many lives cats truly have, and Rocket Felines seem to be using another. Clutching at this one, perhaps able to take it. 21 seconds, this is anyone's game. Morgs with the bump, this will be above net, and he's wise enough to go for that corner boost. Look to keep this pressure going. A bit of a double commit here. Fleek's not going to be able to do anything, overstepping his line. Morgs wanting to turn this one around. All we can do is throw it up in the air. Aroli being by Karma in the middle. That's just thrown to the ground. We've got an OT here. Golden goal situation.
It's going to be golden goal for survival for Rocket Felines. If they concede this, then this is going to be the end of their bracket run. It's right there open for them. Oh, it's off the post. A bit of a stroke of luck, and now the counter-attack returns real quickly. Keep off the backboard. Could not quite get it past Karma. His teammates couldn't find their own ways in. Law looking to establish a goal. Maybe Aroli could do the same. Set up by his teammate. The hat trick would be a beautiful way for Aroli to end it and take us to a third game, but Morgs has other plans. In that corner, alongside Fleek, trinching down off that backboard again. Aroli beaten Law straight into the hands of the opposition. So Enlambe are going to keep the pressure going. 2 players off the backboard. For now, they're defending. Where's the clear? Where's the counter-attack? It might not even happen! As one miss on the backboard costs him everything, and Morgs takes the game and the series for Enlambe.
I hate this goal explosion. It's so anticlimactic because that was a massive finish there. And Lambo, the new challenges for us. Again, we've seen Karma before, but for Fleek and Morgs, this is massive news and a team that is truly threatening. Jay, I worry for this next matchup for Trinitas. They have got a super tough opponent. Of course, they haven't faced. They wouldn't have faced Rocket Felines as well, don't get me wrong there, but they've got a team that got knocked down by the team that beat them. And Lambo were able to take 1 game of Face Republic. Trinitas couldn't take a game. This has got to be super scary as we move in to the final match of the night. That best of 5 is going to look so juicy.
Indeed it is, between the Trinitas side and in Lambo. We'll see who is going to come out on top. You mentioned that there are positive points and caveats for the Lambo side, but can they turn those into a definitive win and book their spot in the relegation tournament? We'll find out after this short break, so do not go anywhere. The TCS Esports League Challenger Cup will continue and conclude after this.
Wenn ich das Gefühl habe, dass mir alles entgleitet und alles um mich herum zusammenbricht, weiss ich, dass ich mich auf ihn verlassen kann. Immer. Seit 125 Jahren an meiner Seite.
allow us to introduce ourselves. We are the players, the members, and the fans of the TCS Esports League. We don't have big stadium shows, millions of viewers, or our own rap song. But you know what do we have? Our community, our casters, finals, and memes.
We don't play because we have to, we play because we love to. We have scored hundreds of goals from different angles, teams and players, but with one thing in common. If you ask us how to be a part of it, we got 2 words for you. Monday evening.
Welcome back to the finals, the TCS Esports League Challenger Cup, where there is only one team we have left to find, and only one team can make it through to the relegation stage, at least to join the likes of the Ace Republic camp. It will be their opponents that they beat in the upper bracket finals in Trinitas and Lambo, who just managed to beat out the Rocket Felines camp a moment ago. They look good, they look poised, they look confident here, Bacon, and I think this one could be a bit of a banger. The question is that one match victory that Lambo had above the ace side, is that going to come back to hurt them? Is that going to be able to get the one up above Trinitas? Is that a good comparison point to make here?
That's what we've sort of looked at this and gone. The Ace Trinitas game was super close, but at the end of the day, Ace were able to get the 3 games on over Trinitas' 0. Now, in Lambo being able to take a game off Ace Republic, you'd think perhaps Lambo should take this one, but who knows, because you've got the playstyle difference that really steps on in for something like this. And Lambo have got a little bit more of a loose game about themselves, where they're all just mechanically super skilled. They need to grow as a team to get that communication and chemistry on down. But so far, this is a super aggressive squad, which could just do an issue for Trinitas, who I think are going to be a little bit slower out of the 2. And we've seen them be a little bit disorganized themselves. So this is just going to be who can, pound for pound, be the stronger Rocket League player, and then multiply that by 3 for each side.
Indeed, yes. I believe it's going to break down to a match of margins, if you will. I think this one could be an absolute banger. I think this one could be a very close affair, and I'd be very, very excited to see how well it will go for the Lambo side, especially, who they themselves have been looking really lights out. Trinitas have to make a recovery here. They went so far. They had the lower seed run, and will now look to try their hand at getting the qualification spot. It's a best of 5 once again, Bacon. One last best of 5 to decide who is going to be that team forward and through into the TCS Esports League relegations for Season 6. As we kick things off in Game 1 on Champions Field. Trinitas in the blue side of the field and Lambo over in orange. And it's game time. It's go time.
It is indeed. We find out here and now the second team to qualify on through to the promotion relegation. And then we also find out which team's going to have to join us once again in 2 weeks' time to try their hand at qualifying once again. Morgs now onto the Fennec off of that Lambo, and already Lambo looking to do damage.
That was a really great dribble play. Imagine if that had gone in and kicked things off. That would set a hell of a precedent for Trinitas to match to. Swef take this ball up here with Mazur putting it back into the box. Fleek's going to take that one high and onto the blue side of the court, try and bump players out of position as they try and go for the attacking force. Karma sets it off the backboard, and Fleek can try and lurk around here, set it back again into the corner. Might have to leave for his teammate. Awkward ball from Swef. Could be punished by Morgs, but in the end it doesn't quite come through for him. So back into the midfield, Karma and Fleck move closer to Rocket Jr.'s part of things. The ball up for him to receive it, sends it over and out into the orange corner. And Mazur takes it high alongside Fleek here, beaten out, right down, not quite going to target.
So close, however. Swef trying to just stall the ball on up, but that shot by Karma, no one there to finish it off again. Man, last man a little bit too late to that one. Great pass up by Fleck, and Karma just shooting straight down to net. Mazur not quick enough to get back, and that's a crucial error. No one on the back post from Trinitas.
That's a start. A hell of a start for this team. They would love to steal this one away. Trinitas on the back foot already. Look at how close this ball is going to get played. Look at how Morg just shoves the defender out of the way. Not quite going to be quick enough from Karma's attack to try and turn it into an advantage. Still try and go for a decent shot, pinching off the floor. Mazor's there for the defense. And Swift challenging onto him. Trying beating out positions. The ball gets sent very far out of angle on towards the midfield in particular. Morgs and Fleet coming up, bounce out, sent over to the blue half once again. A very ping-pong style with this ball just going back and forth between both halves, both attacking sides getting their licks in. But right now, it seems like in Lambo are the ones that have had the better shots.
Again, a war of attrition. When we're seeing two teams that are very mechanically skilled and trying to figure out what they want to do. You know, come up with a game plan on the fly. This sort of ping-pong style works, Jay, and the crossbars having to do work.
That's so unfortunate for Rocket Jr. He was right there with an open net and everything. But no. Yeah, that is like replacement IKEA calling, you know. Shot in from Fleek. Can't quite get the ball inside the net itself. He dribbled it right up towards the box, but it's just not happening for him. Fleek and Karma handling this ball pretty well as the demo in from Stephs will try to take one of the offending players out. They won't be able to deny the entire offensive line there. Morgs in particular is going in for a shot, very light one. Ball still set dangerously close, but they do bump it out of the way of Karma, so we cannot get a follow-up shot in past the 2-minute marker. Will still be 1-0. Rocket Jr. is trying to push forward and change that.
Big respect though coming out from Lambo. Notice how they can't run it to net. They're always taking it to these corners and then looking to pass it on in. They're not confident that a solo player is going to work. So they're making sure to try and stack up, get two players around, you know, take it to the corner, then put it out towards mid for the passing play. And Lambo have really changed up their style compared to when they were playing up against the felines. They can see Trinitas here are just more solid defensively. It might not look it, but they're just ready with pace in defense to jump out and get big clearances coming for them.
Shot in from Morgs, taken away by Mazur. Black pressing around as Sweff puts it into the midfield line. Karma goes up. Mazur alongside Rocket Jr. for the defense. Morgs going to try and follow suit and turn it over into the box. Follow up from Fleck, again denied by Rocket Jr. 60 seconds remaining. Shot close and it slips past the last defender. Karma getting a goal that really shouldn't have been allowed, but it's 2-0 for Lambo as a result.
Yeah, that block coming in from Rocket Jr. just not favouring the guys on over at Trinitas at all. And underneath, Karma just lurking, lingering in the shadows. Going to be able to just pop it away. That's a loose ball around to middle. Swift with the back pass to Mazur is a good idea, but Mazur hunting for that corner to just buy time so that they can build up. It's just too constructed, and that's a bit of an issue. Trinitas are overthinking the scenario. They need to probably go for shadow plays, just try and work off their pace, because right now their opponents are just intercepting every single play that they want to build up.
Denying every opportunity. Dunk down. Oh, that's wonderful from Morgs. Set up by Karma. Technically stolen away by his teammate, but I don't think Karma was even in the angle to take it. Either way, that's a 3-0. That's game one scored for Lambo.
Defense not really stacked on up. That's great sight by Karma to put the ball there, because the defense weren't ready for that high back ball passing play. They were stuck on over towards that left-hand corner, and you could just see the fly across there by Mazur, and he can't get the touch. It's a very, very small chance. So calculations and decision-making coming on out by the guys on over, and Lambo are just ace right now.
Wow, this is a pace setup. This is a hell of a first game for Lambo, and what wasn't, well, it was expected to be a bit of a banger, but it might not end up being so if they get their way like this. If they get every single game like 3-0, we could be done here relatively quickly. Trinitas, what's going on here? Why can't they get as much confidence as in Lambo here?
I don't want to say it's about confidence. It's just about they've got a style that's largely working off trying to pass to each other with a lot of width. And they don't have the time to pass across to each other. They've got to bring in their game, their attacks closer, because And Lambo are just all about pace, 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 and pressuring your opponents. Trinitas, the only way to get around that, like I said, is just to bring it closer with shadow plays, or they look to take boost control. But that boost control, to me, is just a much bigger ask. Because you can see Trinitas are fast enough to play right now against Lambo. But where they're just split out, they can't find each other. There's always a man in between them.
Small moment of respite before we get into the second game, unfortunately, and Lambo have lost Morg, so we'll get him back in server doing whatever it is he's doing. Apparently he's
I reckon he's
DCing the server for the moment.
He left of his own accord. I reckon he's just gone off to go change his car, because we've seen him in the Fennec, the Dominus, and the Lamborghini. I wonder what he's bringing as he's back in the server.
Well, what we have is Fennec.
The Fennec again. Okay. He was
So
in
he
the
wasn't
Fennec
changing
last
his
time
car.
around, so no, I have no idea what he was doing.
Best I can assume is tech issues. I'm just going to leave it at that. Game 2, and Lambo up by 1. And looking like the definitive dominant squad at this stage. Need to just get a couple more good games, and they will have themselves their spot in TCSE Sports League relegations. Trinitas need to find a response here. The confidence has not been there for them. Well, they will get the first attacking opportunity. It will not lead to a goal here. Ball dribbled up for Swefluoso. Takes it in to the back of the net by using the upper 90 as a rebound and kicks things off for Trinitas. That's the start they needed.
And again, a change up in the way to play. And Lambo were not ready for that. Again, Trinitas always going for those wide passing plays. So when they bring it in close and just go for that dribble to the top left, they weren't expecting Swefluoso to just have the stones to go for that, because he's got to travel a long distance with that aerial dribble. And it's just basically cockiness, overconfidence coming on out from Lambo, who had a dominating game and rightfully so should have had a lot of cockiness to them and confidence. So Trinitas had just bought themselves a great opener, but Lambo's not going to make that mistake a second time.
Blink in, ball out, turning over from Rocket Jr. Karma. That ball sent it over to the corner here in the blue half. Turned up and over. Swefluoso. Ball's coming in, Mazur coming up here. Trying to see if we can maintain control, but it's so scrappy control. We just have to touch it out and hope for the best, and that's just not going to be enough. Swefluoso coming in. Can't put it down towards Freak, who now maintains control of the ball with an aerial dribble. It's been disrupted by Mazur, so not following suit for the moment. Not able to find a decent attacking force. Mazur's going to try counteract it. To assess the situation, it's Trinitas this time are the ones that are in the lead. Only a single goal difference for them. Good block from Mazur, assuming like he's going to defend that lead for the moment.
It does. And I'm trying to figure out, for me personally anyway, Jay, what's happened to Trinitas to be able to keep this 50-50 going? You know, they haven't gained anything realistically. That was a one-off goal. I don't want to say a freak goal anyway, but it was just a lot of confidence and well played. But you can see now that Lambo feel the more aggressive side and then more in control, but Trinitas are able to keep their opponents at bay enough. So what is going on here? What has Trinitas changed up? Oh, but again, this pressure was always going to find something in the end.
A shot in on Karma. And that's a 1-all scoreline. 2 minutes and 50 as Lambo find their way back into control, find their way back into this game. Still on to take game 2 and take a 2-0 in this series. Swef is trying to find an angle to work with to try and deny that much. That sideboard bounce. Nova Rocket Jr. coming up with the ball up, turned away off the backboard. Mazur testing alongside Rocket Jr. as part of things. He dribble up. So there's no boost left for him. The demo from Fleek is very easy, so he takes away one of the crucial midfield players. Ball out. Morgs will maintain possession here into the midfield line. Mazur turned away from Karma, denied. Mazur gets his defense involved and again tries to block off any attack here from Lambo, but they're still generating opportunities here in the blue half.
we need a bit of creativity in this one, Jay. If we want to see Trinitas step it up, they've got to get creative with their plays. We've seen way too many hits, chase it downfield, and then see what happens, like try and construct the plan from there, which is fine to keep this 50-50 game going, but realistically, you see Lambo take control a little bit more often. Rocket Jr. needed the confidence to stick around for that, and he's paid the price again. It's wanting to play it safe, and when you're in a situation like this up against a team like Lambo, you've got to take those risks, because playing cautiously is not going to win it. We see way too often in Rocket League, the team that is more aggressive, that has more offense about themselves, generally wins it up. Counterplay styles are just so rare to work.
Fleek in alongside Morgs. Demo in, Karma gonna get involved, send that ball up as one demo is all that they might need to thin out that background enough. Despite that, save coming in from Rocket Jr. maintains the 1-1. Trinitas not letting Lambo get away with one. They're gonna dribble right up towards the net, but it's turned away at the box, and Morgs to grab that 100 boost. Challenge on one. Look to challenge on the second player as well. Bounce out. Rocket Jr. missing his touch. Fleet's gonna have to leave it instead for the likes of Karma. Pressing in, pinch back down, right inside the box. Opportunity presents itself for Morgs, but turned away again by the defensive forces. Trinitas are not letting Lambo get away with anything here. Morgs challenging Rocket Jr. Sent out, ball back over from Azor. Karma taking contest. Off the ceiling as well. Dribble plays in. Fleek here with control. Dropped out by Mazur. Turning in. Swiftluoso turning it back over. Open net. That demo's got to come in for Fleek, and it just about does. Still Rocket Jr. in with a shot off the crossbar. Turned away. And again cleared away. Mazur with a demo out. It is in the blue half of the final attack. Swift's going to turn it into a conversion attack over to the orange half. Mazur sends that one off. Backboard. Rocket Jr. denied by Karma, and Swift one final chance. Shoots way too far wide. So it's overtime for game two.
I feel bad for Rocket Jr. That's the third time in this series that the ball's gone just slightly higher than net, and he's going to be kicking himself for it, because as a player, those are the moments which you're just like, if I had that accuracy on target, and you start to blame yourself. But he can't be in that mindset right now. He's got to pick himself back up and know that this game, this series is still very much alive, and he's got to work for that win even more now in an OT, a golden goal situation, and Lambo win it. They're on to qualification point. Well, in Trinitas, they've just opened up a whole world of opportunities if they take this one.
Rocket Jr. in from the midfield, 10 points of boost, challenging on Karma, good pinch out. Swift backed up, Mazur beaten out. Follow suit from Swift coming up to the center line. Karma getting involved, gets a good touch out. Fleck maintains the dribble, sets out for Morgs, open net, chance available, they'll just get back there. He slips it past them all and gets that second goal in for Lambo. 2-0 now, Trinitas in deep, deep duty. Need to get a full-on reverse sweep, else they're done.
A sly bouncer, that one. Morgs only just being able to get the slightest touch. But where he's hammered it into the floor, Jay, the second man coming through, the second defender, just cannot get anywhere close to that. It's so hard to read. And Lambo moving up onto match point. And I'm scared that we're going to get another qualification match sweep.
2-1. 2-0, like you mentioned, sweep on the table. Is there going to be another best of 5 sweep here to qualify at Lambo into the relegation tournament? Will Trinitas have to go down 0-6 in qualifying matches today? It's very possible. I'd say it probably is even likely given how well this team are playing. With 5 minutes to the clock. They need to find a response. They need to find an answer. They got the early goal in the previous game. This time will not be allowed so easily. It's in Lambo. Get off to the back foot. Get themselves back on the back line. Couple of counters coming in. Set up for Swift. He takes that high and wide. So there's no chance to score this time.
Azor. Blocked on out by Fleck as well. So good to see Trinitas get really aggressive here up into the box. this sort of energy was massively needed, and Swift not confident getting that steps back, able to cover Mazor off towards the corner, and definitely a massive pickup in speed, but the problem is right now they've got near to no boost, Jay. They've used up so much there, and when they're pushed into their own path, well, it's in Lambo charging up, taking all the boost, and looking to take control of the pitch. Once again, those mid pads have not respawned in time. It's a very interesting game so far, so much pace to it, but then it sort of like comes to nothing, comes to a halt purely because there's not good control and good possession being applied.
Yeah, they are struggling. They are continuously struggling here. Trinitas still pushed up in their own half for the longest time ever. The possession and the pressure has been all favouring of Lambo. Finally, a bit of a breakaway chance might allow Sweff a chance to score. Cleared away, right back down into the blue corner. So we just return to square one. And again, with no boost, Mazor, the best he can do is try going for a pinch, which he misses. Karma comes up to the corner, followed up by Fleek into the third man. Karma goes for the zero angle, unfortunately unable to get it. So no goal today, not at least at this moment. Ball centered up. Mazor turning it away into the corner instead. No boost left. Karma can still challenge, send it over to the corner. Sweff will just continue contesting here. We're approaching half-time with 0-0. Doesn't present a bit of an opportunity here for Trinitas to score that opener and finally get the definitive advantage, but just not happening still.
I want to see Trinitas focus on boost way too many times. When we saw earlier with Sweff so just charging downfield after the ball to keep that pressure going. No, just focus on that mid boost. Let your opponents have it because they're going to get it anyway. You're not winning the ball from them. So win the boost situation and build up that way. And it's just all about trying to change up your game plans here and there. Keep your opponents thinking. Sometimes chase after the ball, yes. Other times, like I said, go for the boost so that your opponents can't predict you as easily, because that's what's going on right now, is everyone's just chasing after the ball. And so it's easy to intercept, it's easy to block because you know where those challenges are coming from.
2 minutes, Morgs and Karma getting involved. Mazor turns away, Fleek. Happen over off the side, Bob will take that control. Rocket Jr. contesting. 70 points of boost there for him. Morgs and Karma trying to find the offensive line, but they're still being blocked up by Trinitas. They've done well to hold the line. But again, their issues has always been the counter-attack, and maybe the line might be broken by a demo. Set up for Morgs with a dunk down. Awkward miss. 2 players, 3 players now getting involved in the net. Morgs going up. Trying to find a pass back into Karma, get him set up for the goal itself. Fleek's going to also make his control happen. Off the ceiling, but down, just denied by Sweff. Man nowhere to recover the play.
Interesting one from Mazor to use his second dodge to go away from the ball. I've never seen a player go for that. I don't know particularly what his idea was. Probably just let it get to the ground and then he turns in on it. But yeah, interesting ideas coming up here where you can just see so many different skills, so many different tricks mechanically being used.
Karma sending it, denied. Sweff there with a defense bounce out from the corner. Follow up from Morgs, and there it is. Finally a passing play that works for Lambo. They're 42 seconds away from relegation.
This is where you've got to have so much mental fortitude to be able to claw this one back. Not being able to take a game just yet, being behind. It is only 1 goal, but it can feel like an absolute mountain to climb here. Possibility. Oh. Morgs almost teasing, playing with his food. I know he didn't intend for it. Sweff not going to be able to put it away. Karma is there. Pressure, pressure, pressure. Keep on applying it. But Fleck has just found a perfect route on out.
12 seconds. 1 more goal for Karma. Finds the back of the net. And that's got to be it. That's got to be a game over. 2-0 for 10. Just about 10 seconds to recover from. Unless Trinitas get 2 massive kickoffs, it's got to be GG. In Lambo, the unlikely underdogs, the players that we did not know much about coming into this tournament, may now book their spot in the TCS Esports League relegation tournament, joining Ace Republic and putting Trinitas down 6-0 in qualifying matches. How heartbreaking it must be for this team as well, who they themselves were in among the last seeds, made that ridiculous upper bracket run, but fall at the final hurdles.
They will be favourites though going on in to the second Challenger Cup though, Jay, and that could help them, you know, seed him right there. Of course, so many new teams. Teams that couldn't make it today. Teams that maybe have even found out about the Challenger Cups and the TCS today, you know, will be signing up in 2 weeks' time. And I look at that with glee because there has been such a benchmark put here that I reckon your teams that are currently facing, you know, demotion from league play, when you're looking at the bottom, have got to be sweating because there has been a serious high level of Rocket League play today.
Indeed, it has been, and I'm very impressed with the level that these guys have shown in particular. Again, I kind of had in Lambo as one of the part of that group of teams that have entered, and was like we've wrapped them off very early on. Look towards more of the established names, and it really goes to show that anything can happen in these open qualifiers. Anything can happen in the Challenger Cup, and that's exactly what happened with this team. What a showing it has been from in Lambo, and well, I mean, it's a big congratulations to them. Really, really big stuff thrown up. I'm impressed. I'm very impressed, and they again will be the second team forward in as the out of the Challenger Cups and into the TCS relegation tournament. As we head towards a break, we'll get to hear from one of those players after this, so do not go anywhere as we wrap up the show here for the TCS Challenger Cup. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back to the TCSE Sports League. We're joined by Fleek. His team have just managed to make it through into the relegation tournament. Unfortunately, his mic doesn't work, so he can't actually do a proper interview. So what we're going to do is we're going to do like a thumbs up, thumbs down sort of thing to see sort of like how your team has sort of made your way through this position. I just want to ask you guys have you guys have made your way through to the relegations now. You did it in a bit of an underdog bracket. Me and Bacon didn't expect you guys to be here, so I wanted to know: thumbs up for yes, thumbs down for no. Did you guys think you would be in the relegation tournament? He did. Confidence. All right.
So today's performance, you happy with your performance today, or do you think you got some improvements? Happy, need improvements. What are you thinking there, Fleek? Oh, very happy.
All sorts of happy. Awesome. Well, look, you guys were facing against the Trinitas side, and we know that those guys had a bit of a weird run in the upper bracket as well. I wanted to know that going into that matchup, were you guys feeling any sort of level of nerves? Were you guys feeling any level of lack of confidence? No? Thumbs down? Thumbs up? No, absolutely perfectly confident, it seems, yeah.
And that's just a bit of a weird, different interview. Normally we'd say, like, can you do any shout-outs, that sort of thing, but I guess we're going to have to ask, like, maybe an interpretive dance or whatever to give a little message to the guys at home. Come on, you're flawed to perform instead of shout-out. I can't even read that yet. No. Oh, easy.
Easy.
Okay.
Okay. Right. Awesome. Thank you, Mr. Producer. Because our feeds are like very, very like low quality because we don't have the best of the connections. Easy. All right. He likes it. Easy stuff against Trinitas. Well, listen. I want to get a bit of a rating for you in the in terms of going forward into the relegation tournament. I want to give you a thumbs up if you think you can make it. 2 thumbs up if you think you can make it by going absolutely perfect. You're going to go perfect? He's going to go perfect. Awesome. Well, it looks like Fleek is having a lot of confidence. Well, listen, mate. I have to say, congratulations to you. I personally didn't think you guys would be in this conversation at all. So you guys have played out of your minds today. Well done. Congrats. And I'm looking forward to seeing you guys in the relegation tournament. So thank you so much for joining us, man. Hopefully we can get the mic working next time, but we'll work on that for next time. But again, thank you so much for joining us. And Bacon. Yeah, definitely love heart. Bacon, that concludes it all at this stage here. That is the TCS Challenger Cup #1, all done and dusted. We do have our second Challenger Cup coming up in a few weeks' time on May 23rd. So if you want to sign up for that, if you have 2 Swiss players at a minimum, then you can type !Challenger in the Twitch chat. Go ahead and sign up to the tournament page and get yourself involved because you could be in the same position that in Lambo were today.
Yeah, and as you can see right down below right now, we only got 6 teams signed on up. Of course, we're 2 weeks on out, and generally you see sign-ups really just burst the 2 days beforehand. As naturally, you leave it to the last minute to sign on up. But I can tell you right now, 6-4 teams cap. Make sure to sign up, get in early. We only saw 17 teams sign up for today, Jay, and I think that's because a lot of players might have got scared by some of the names like Trinitas, Ace Republic, Ira Legacy, Lost It that sign on up. But of course, both Ace Republic and Enlambo have made it on through, and there's only 2 more spots left for this. And of course, you've got to be in it to win it. You get through in that Challenger Cup, and you go into that promotion relegation tournament where we spend 2 days, basically 2 different phases on in it. You've got the round robin where one of the Challenger Cup teams is confirmed to make it on through to next season as they take that auto promotion spot, and then the remaining 3 face off against 7th through to 9th. You can see everything laid out in front of you right now, explaining how it all works. And Jay, 23rd of May is going to be Challenger Cup 2. After that, when we have the relegation promotion tournament, that's on Monday, the 7th of June. And those are 2 dates that not only should players be writing into their books, but also fans at home, because you're not going to want to miss this. As always, history in the making for those new names and faces that are trying to progress into the TCS Esports League play.
Indeed, yes. And of course, as you mentioned, 7th of June is when the actual relegation tournament will take place. So we've got a fair amount of time between that point. So make sure you're signing up to the Challenger Cup. So make sure you're also tuning in to the TCS Esports League every Monday. Tomorrow, we kick things off at 7 CEST. So you definitely want to make sure you're joining in over the action, because there's a bit of a fight going down to see who is going to be those teams in the relegation tournament, as well as who's going to be the teams in the playoffs, going to LAN, going to the finals, looking for the overall trophy. So a lot of storylines to build into Bacon, and tomorrow's going to be just as hype as today was, I think.
Oh, definitely. Tomorrow is another day of league play, and it's always fantastic. So if you, I'm about to say, if you haven't watched the TCS Esports League play beforehand, first of all, what's wrong with you? Come on, fix that. Tomorrow, tune on in, 7 p.m. CEST, easy peasy, job done, because we're getting right up to the crunch point of the season, aren't we, Jay? With so many teams fighting for that top 3 spot to be able to get themselves qualified for LAN. Of course, then you've got 4th, 5th, and 6th who are scrapping for that 4th and final spot in the playoffs. But at the same time, that 7th through to 10th battle is incredibly close. No one is safe in any position so far this season, which for us anyway is super, super interesting this late into league play.
Indeed. So make sure again that you tune back in here at twitch.tv/TCS Esports League. Follow the channel so you can get the notification of when we go live again at 7 p.m. CEST tomorrow. But until that point, that's all we have time for. That's our day done. That's our Challenger Cup concluded. And again, we'll be back with our second Challenger Cup on May 23rd. Make sure you get signed up if you want to take your part, if you want to take your spot in the TCS Esports League. But until that point, we're going to have to bid you all adieu. I've been the Eternal J. My co-commentator has been Digital Bacon on behalf of the production staff and admins behind the scenes here at the TCS Esports League. I want to thank you all so much for watching and for listening, and we'll see you back here tomorrow for the main season of the TCS Esports League.
Allow us to introduce ourselves. We are the players, the members, and the fans of the TCS Esports League. We don't have big stadium shows, millions of viewers, or our own rap song. But you know what do we have? Our community, our casters, finals, and memes.
We don't play because we have to, we play because we love to. We have scored hundreds of goals from different angles, teams and players, but with one thing in common. If you ask us how to be a part of it, we got 2 words for you. Monday evening.